Chapter 1223. Published at 19th of September 2023 3:30 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 1223. 1223. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1223. Primordial Phoenix 2. 1223. Primordial Phoenix 2. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou and Tian got close enough, the Primordial Phoenix halted its movements and sprung around, sending its divine flames flying all over the place. Tian calmly dodged the flames that could easily burn even an immortal to death in an instant. Meanwhile, Dragon Goddess Yeyou merely flicked the flames away from her body like she was swatting away flies. Sneaking up behind me, are you looking for an early death? The Primordial Phoenix spoke a moment later. It may have been some time since we last fought, but do you really think you have what it takes to kill me now, you dumb pigeon? Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered coldly. Dumb pigeon? The Primordial Phoenix immediately glared at Dragon Goddess Yeyou with enough killing intent to actually kill someone. However, the Primordial Phoenix's eyes suddenly widened with shock. Either my eyes are deceiving me right now, or you are that annoying snake, in human form. The Primordial Phoenix sounded like she was in disbelief, yet there was a hint of entertainment within her tone, almost as though she was subtly mocking Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sucked her teeth and growled in a cold voice. Hearing your voice makes me want to pluck your feathers. You dare? Primordial Phoenix screamed, causing bursts of flames to erupt from its body like it was an active volcano. Why wouldn't I dare? It won't be my first time, after all. A cold smile appeared on Dragon Goddess Yeyou's face. The Primordial Phoenix trembled in anger after hearing such words. It has been 1,000,000 years since we last fought. While you've slept for probably 90% of that time, I've spent countless resources and effort into strengthening myself so that I would be able to scale you like a fish if I ever encountered you again. Looks like today will be that day. How dare you compare me to a fish? Dragon Goddess Yeyou's eyes began glowing with killing intent, and dragon scales began appearing on her body. Ahem. Tian suddenly cleared his throat loudly and spoke, Dragon Goddess, please don't forget why we are here. He then moved to stand between the two and continued speaking, Primordial Phoenix, please calm down. We are not here to fight you. Huh? And who the hell are you? The Primordial Phoenix just noticed Tian's presence, as his presence was incomparably smaller than Dragon Goddess Yeyou's presence. My name is Tian, and I am but a humble human with the desire to have a word with you. The Primordial Phoenix started glancing back and forth between Tian and Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Now this is something else. A divine beast, the Dragon Goddess, no less, traveling the starry sky with a human being. This is a sight that I never thought I'd ever witness. The Primordial Phoenix muttered in an intrigued voice before fixing her gaze on Dragon Goddess Yeyou. When did you become so close with a human, Dragon Goddess, who has never given them any attention since the beginning of time? Don't tell me. Are you mating with this human as well? You will pay for disrespecting me, Primordial Phoenix. Dragon Goddess Yeyou returned to her original form the following moment, her eyes spewing heavenly fire and the intent to fight. Tian rubbed his eyes and released a stressed sigh. Dragon Princess, if you calm down, I will spar with you after this is over. Tian said to her. Dragon Goddess Yeyou's tail visibly twitched after hearing such words. Although it has been less than 100 years since they last fought, she has already begun to crave another fight with Tian. After spending a few moments controlling her emotions, Dragon Goddess Yeyou returned to her human form and proceeded to close her eyes, meditating in silence. When the Primordial Phoenix saw this, saw how Dragon Goddess Yeyou listened to a human's commands, she was shaken to her core with shock. Who are you? How did you make her listen to you? Besides being known for being a bully, that dragon is also famous for not listening to anyone. And what are your relationships? The Primordial Phoenix looked at Tian in a new light. I already told you my identity. As for our relationship, it's complicated, but I guess we're something like traveling partners. The Primordial Phoenix sucked in a long and deep breath after hearing such a thing. And you convinced her to be your traveling partner? How? The Primordial Phoenix clearly couldn't believe it. Well, we had a conversation and a little spar. It took 200 years, and I nearly died, but it worked out somehow. The primordial phoenix was speechless. Once she snapped out of it, she asked, "So, what do you want from me?" Tian smiled, and he proceeded to tell the primordial phoenix of his ambitions. A world where beasts and humans can interact with each other without fear, compared to dragon goddess Yeyou, the primordial phoenix has more experience with humans, even dealing in business with some of them, so she understood Tian's ambitions with more clarity. With that being said, as a divine beast, she naturally saw humans as inferior entities, even if they do benefit her pockets. While I understand your ambitions, and it would benefit my business more if I had more human customers, I cannot see how you will achieve such a thing. Like fire and water, dragons and phoenixes, humans and beasts have fought with each other since the beginning of time. It will take a lot more than just convincing a few strong beasts to change the world. I am aware of that. While that is my ultimate goal, my current goal is simply to create a foundation. It may take several eras before things start to change, but nothing will change if there is no foundation. The primordial phoenix didn't say anything and turned to look at dragon goddess Yeyou. Since you are following him, they'll take it that you believe he'll be able to achieve such a task. Dragon goddess Yeyou opened her eyes and responded calmly, "No, I don't believe he'll be able to do it." The primordial phoenix looked puzzled by her response, and she asked, "Then why are you following him?" "Because it's interesting enough to lessen my boredom." Unbelievable. The primordial phoenix was left speechless by her response. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1224 Madame Feng. Chapter 1224 Madame Feng. 1224 Madame Feng. After snapping out of her daze, Primordial Phoenix returned to focusing on Tian, and she spoke, "I understand what you are trying to do, but I don't see how it has anything to do with me. What do you want from me?" "I'd like you to witness my journey with the dragon goddess and others who might join us in the future," Tian said. "In other words, you want me to become your follower? With this annoying snake by my side the entire time? I refuse. Over my dead body." Primordial Phoenix immediately refused his offer, which didn't surprise him in the slightest. But he didn't give up and continued to convince her, "I am not asking you to become my follower. You are free to watch me from a distance or by my side, just like the dragon goddess here. Don't you want to be part of something much bigger than yourself? It could be the start of a new era, one that you had a hand in creating. It'll also benefit your business greatly." "Humph. I have much better things to do than babysit a human with an impossible ambition. Unlike the dragon goddess, I have a life that's worth something." Primordial Phoenix sneered. A vein appeared on dragon goddess Yu's forehead after hearing the primordial phoenix's insult, but she barely managed to control her emotions. Tian became silent for a moment. Perhaps I am approaching her the wrong way. She has a business of her own, and merchants rarely do things that do not benefit them. If you have nothing else to say, I'm out of here," Primordial Phoenix said as she began turning around. Primordial Phoenix. "I have an offer for you," Tian suddenly said. The Primordial Phoenix halted her movements, but she did not turn back around, only twisting her head slightly. Tian proceeded to retrieve an object for his storage ring and held it in front of him. "What's this profound aura?" The Primordial Phoenix couldn't help but turn around after sensing a weird aura coming from Tian's palms. Her eyes narrowed on the glowing red stone resting on Tian's palms. The rock was shaped like an egg and was only as big as an adult's fist. Despite its unremarkable size, it contained an immense amount of yang qi within. There was so much yang qi condensed within the rock that it looked like there was a sun resting inside the rock, and it was emitting a scorching heat wave that could easily incinerate even an immortal if they got too close without serious preparation. The Primordial Phoenix's eyes widened with shock and disbelief when she finally realized what she was looking at. Is that what I think it is?" she stuttered after swallowing nervously. Although she didn't know the glowing egg-like object Tian was holding, the dragon goddess' interest was instantly piqued when she saw the primordial phoenix's reaction. There were very few treasures in this world that would interest the primordial phoenix, much less cause her to salivate. Tian smiled and said, "I don't know what you think this is, but this is a smoldered phoenix egg that has bathed in intense yang qi for over 1 billion years, ever since the beginning of the primordial era. As a phoenix, I'm sure you know the value of these things. A 1,000,000-year-old smoldered phoenix egg would send an entire nation into a frenzy, and a 10-million-year-old smoldered phoenix egg started a war within the divine heavens not long ago. Over 1 billion years." The primordial phoenix had a frightened expression on her face. "Phoenix egg? Does that mean there's a phoenix growing inside?" Dragon goddess Yeyou asked out of curiosity. Tian shook his head. "Although that is what the name suggests, there is no phoenix growing inside. In fact, it has nothing to do with phoenixes. A smoldered phoenix egg is an extremely rare and potent resource for cultivators with a cultivation method that requires yang qi, and phoenixes are inherently made of yang qi, so this would benefit them even more. So it's just a cultivation resource." Humph. I was expecting something more exciting since she reacted so intensely. How boring. Dragon goddess Yeyou shrugged, quickly losing interest. Just a cultivation resource? How dare you utter such nonsense, you uncultured snake? A smoldered phoenix egg to phoenixes is as important as your blood essence is to a dragon with a common bloodline. At my cultivation, only something like a smoldered phoenix egg could benefit me. And it's not just a small amount. Hell, I might even be able to improve my bloodline with it. Dragon goddess Yeyou frowned upon hearing her last words. Your bloodline is already the purest it can be. How could it possibly get any purer? That's just how potent a smoldered phoenix egg is, and this is the first time I have seen one that has aged over 1 billion years. I consumed one that was 250 million years ago, about 100 million years ago, and it increased my strength by leaps and bounds. I can only imagine what will happen if I consume one that is 4 times older. The primordial phoenix was essentially drooling at this point. Primordial phoenix, here is my offer. I want you to follow me for 100,000 years. If I am unable to achieve my ambitions within that amount of time, I will give you this smoldered phoenix egg as compensation. What do you say?" Tian said as he held the egg out in a tempting manner. "Follow you for 100,000 years. Is that all I have to do?" The primordial phoenix was in disbelief, not because it was an immensely difficult task but because it was immensely easy. In the gaze of her eternal eyes, the span of 100,000 years would pass as but a fleeting breath, scarcely distinguishable from a mere moment in the fleeting perception of mortal beings. Hell, dragon goddess Yu's naps lasted longer than that. Indeed, you only need to follow me. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to, and you are free to leave whenever you wish. You have a deal. The primordial phoenix immediately responded without a hint of hesitation in her tone. Seriously. Dragon goddess Yeyou was left speechless by her quick change in attitude. The following moment, the primordial phoenix's fiery body began shrinking until it was shaped like a human. With flaming red hair and a pair of golden eyes, the primordial phoenix transformed into a peerless beauty that rivaled dragon goddess Yeyou but with a unique aura and charm of her own. My human name is Feng, but you may call me Madame Feng. C1225 Eater of Stars. Chapter 1225 Eater of Stars. 1225 Eater of Stars, you know, you basically got bought out by him. Dragon goddess Yeyou said to Feng shortly afterward. So what? I will gladly sell myself out for a 1-billion-year-old smoldered phoenix egg. You may not understand its importance to me right now, but you will in 100,000 years when I become so strong that even you cannot touch me. Feng sneered. Oh. So you think you'll be stronger than me after eating that egg? I cannot wait to see your defeated face in 100,000 years. Who said I'm not stronger than you now? The egg will only make the difference that much larger and more obvious. Why don't we put that nonsense to the test right now, then? Dragon goddess Yu's eyes flared up with killing intent. It'd be my pleasure. Feng Yuming's body began releasing flames. Dragon Goddess, this isn't how you should welcome a new companion. I promised you that I'd spar with you after this, so you can release your anger on me. Tian quickly interrupted them, as he did not want to lose one of his traveling companions so soon after getting another one. Humph, forget it, I don't feel like it anymore. If you want to travel with this dumb pigeon, you can do so alone. And without saying anything else, Dragon Goddess Yeyou flew away, disappearing into the starry sky. Feng Yuming looked at Tian and asked him, why didn't you try to stop her? He smiled and said, because she had every right to leave whenever she pleased, as do you. But I have a feeling that she won't be gone for long and will eventually return to our side once she calms down. You're a weird human, unlike any other human that I've come across before. Feng Yuming said. I will take that as a compliment. Well, what do you plan on doing now? I'm going to find the divine serpent known as Eater of Stars and have a chat with them. Tian said. Eater of Stars? Are you insane? What do you hope to achieve from contacting that monster? Feng Yuming had a look of disbelief on her face after hearing such an ominous name. You are familiar with the Eater of Stars? Tian looked at her glistening eyes. Of course. She is a notorious entity that does nothing good for the world, an unreasonable monster with an insatiable appetite that constantly consumes stars as though it is always on the verge from dying of hunger. I wouldn't get close to the Eater of Stars if I were you, as you would most likely get eaten by her before you could even say anything. In fact, I don't even know if she has the ability to communicate like I do. The Eater of Stars is female, as well? Have you ever spoken with her? Tian asked, his gaze filled with interest, almost as if he was a child before an amusement park. No, I have never spoken with her before, nor do I have the desire to do so. I have seen her consume stars from a distance a few times, but that's about it. If you've never spoken to her, then how do you know that she's consuming stars without reason? Because she's been doing it since the Primordial era, and nothing has ever come out of it. Fascinating. How fascinating. I must speak with the Eater of Stars, and if I am lucky, I might even find out why she is doing what she's been doing for eons. Feng Yuming was speechless. The more she gave him reasons to not approach the Eater of Stars, the more he seemed to be interested. He might actually have a screw loose in his head. She thought to herself. Whatever. If he dies, I will just get my hands on the smoldered phoenix egg sooner. Do you know how we can find the Eater of Stars? Tian then asked. No, but it shouldn't be too hard to follow her trail, especially considering that she always leaves behind a trail of destruction. All right. Then let's get going. Thus, Tian and Feng Yuming began their journey in search of the Eater of Stars. Just like how he found Feng Yuming, Tian would speak to everyone that crossed his path in the starry sky. And in the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. So that's the Eater of Stars, huh? She's definitely not an ordinary divine beast. Tian mumbled in a dazed voice as he watched a massive white, snake-like figure in the distance swallowing stars with a single bite, his gaze filled with fascination. The way it consumes the stars without hesitation makes me shudder no matter how many times I see it. Feng Yuming sighed. Tian became silent. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Feng Yuming asked him with a teasing smile. He shook his head and sighed. I don't know how to say this, but she appears to be in profound anguish. Anguish? The Eater of Stars? Feng Yuming chuckled at such words. I doubt she even has any emotions, much less anguish. Even if she does have emotions, what could she possibly be anguished about? The stars that she consumes endlessly? The mess she has made in the starry sky? We may never know if we don't try to understand her. Good luck with that. Feng Yuming shrugged. I will. You can stay here while I try to speak with her. And without hesitation, Tian began flying towards the monstrous being in the distance. You. Feng Yuming held herself back from trying to convince him to stop, as she had failed for the past 1,000 years. Nothing I say will change his mind now. She sighed inwardly. She then turned to look in a certain direction and smirked. When are you going to stop watching us from the shadows like a stalker? A moment later, Dragon Goddess Yu's figure appeared before Feng yumming. How long have you known? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked with a deep frown. Whenever you first realized that we were searching for the Eater of Stars, I guess. Even though it was just for a brief moment and you quickly hid your presence again, it was so obvious that I almost died from secondhand embarrassment. Dragon Goddess Yu's face flushed with redness after hearing such words. To think you'd be worried enough to let your guard down. Is the human that important to you? You wouldn't understand it even if I told you. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. Then are you going to stop him? He's essentially walking straight into his own graveyard right now. After a moment of silence, Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke. You've been with him for 1,000 years now, yet you don't seem to know anything about him. You are just as dumb as I thought. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The Eater of Stars may have immense prowess, but it only knows how to eat. He won't be threatened by something like that. You sure have a lot of confidence in him. You would too if you ever fought him. Feng yumming turned silent after that, as she was mainly focused on Tian, who was just a moment away from reaching the Eater of Stars. C1246 A Waste of Talents. Chapter 1226 A Waste of Talents. 1226 A Waste of Talents. As Tian approached the Eater of Stars, he could feel its immense and uncontrolled pressure trying to keep him away. The pressure was tyrannical, strong enough to crush immortals and shatter stars. However, even that was not enough to keep Tian away. Covered in a sharp aura that seemed to slice apart even the void itself, Tian continued to slowly close their distance. It doesn't make any noises even as it consumes the stars, almost as if there is a black hole inside its mouth that silently swallows everything. How interesting. A smile appeared on Tian's face, and it grew wider as he inspected the Eater of Stars with great interest. The Eater of Stars was as long and massive as Dragon Goddess Yeyou in her dragon form, and it was covered in smooth white scales from head to tail, making her appearance very distinctive within the void. Her white scales shone profoundly, like pearls under light, and even the void that naturally consumes light cannot seem to drown out its brilliance. Her head was round and cute, resembling that of a snake, and on it were two large void-like eyes that did not have the slightest glow within, almost like the eyes of the dead, yet she was very much alive. Slight above her eyes and at the center of her smooth forehead was a distinctive red symbol, its significance yet to be known. When Tian looked into her dead eyes, he could only see anguish and frustration. It was so clear to him that it was as though the Eater of Stars was personally speaking to him. Once he was close enough to the Eater of Stars, Tian took a deep breath before speaking in a loud voice, Eater of Stars. Can I have a moment of your time? Spiritual energy carried his voice throughout the starry sky, allowing it to spread within the void and reach the Eater of Stars. However, the Eater of Stars did not have the slightest reaction, almost as though it couldn't hear him. Tian took another deep breath and called for her again, Eater of Stars. I can tell that you're in pain. Is there anything that I can do to help? The Eater of Stars suddenly trembled, and she began to come to a slow halt for the first time in countless years. It turned to look at him and spoke through divine sense, pain. Don't speak as though you know anything, human. The Eater of Stars opened her mouth and began moving toward Tian with the intention of consuming him. You're right. I don't know anything. However, I want to know. I want to understand you. Can you tell me what is bothering you? Tian calmly stood there as the Eater of Stars moved closer at a rapid rate. Even if you knew, there's nothing you or anyone in this universe could do about it. Now, disappear. As the Eater of Stars tried to swallow him, a profound light flickered within Tian's gaze, and his body emitted a divine aura. When the Eater of Stars sensed his divine aura, she instinctively turned away from Tian, avoiding him. You're annoying. Die already. Although the Eater of Stars decided to not consume him, she still wanted to kill him for disturbing her. As she opened her mouth again, Tian could see a white glow deep inside her mouth that grew at a rapid rate. Before he knew it, he was engulfed by white flames that quickly tore away his spiritual energy. This flame, it's not burning my spiritual energy, but consuming it and using it to grow stronger? Tian was astonished by the white flame's unique properties. Scatter. With a flick of his sleeves, all of the white flames around him blew away, but they continued to burn in the void. I'm guessing you're the type that only listens after a fight, almost like someone else that I know. Despite being attacked twice already, Tian was not angry in the slightest. It's been a while since I stretched my limbs, too. Let's enjoy this for a while, shall we? Thus, Tian and the Eater of Stars began their battle. The Eater of Stars would throw all sorts of flame techniques at Tian, quickly filling the void with her seemingly eternal flames that refused to die out even many years later, hovering in the void like orbs of light. From a distance, her white flames may even appear as stars. Che. Dragon goddess Yeyou suddenly sucked her teeth when she saw Tian fighting the Eater of Stars, seemingly bothered by something. Feng noticed this and asked her, "What's wrong?" "He's grown so much stronger since our last fight, yet he's barely cultivated in the past 1,000 years. How is that possible? Where does his power come from?" Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Well, it's true that he's barely cultivated during our search for the Eater of Stars. I cannot say anything about his growth since I never fought him before." Dragon goddess Yeyou suddenly shivered from excitement, and a wide smile appeared on her face unknowingly. If he's this strong after 1,000 years without cultivation, can you imagine what he could achieve if he focused on cultivation for 1,000 years? Dragon goddess Yeyou mumbled in a dazed voice. "If he's truly as talented as you are saying, he's definitely wasting his talents chasing after divine beasts." Feng said. "Indeed, what a waste of talents," Feng then said. "Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but he seems to have a fascination with beasts, perhaps even an obsession." "I noticed. He's always trying to learn more about dragons during our travels. I think he's just genuinely curious about beasts in general. There are probably countless humans who are constantly wondering about us, but they don't have the courage or strength to approach us, unlike this weirdo." Dragon goddess Yeyou said with a slight smile on her face. "You really do like him, don't you?" Feng chuckled with a smirk. "Shut your beak, dumb pigeon." Dragon goddess Yeyou glared at her. "You should keep your eyes on him. It'd be a pity if he dies to the Eater of Stars, after all." Feng sneered. C1227 Insatiable Hunger. Chapter 1227 Insatiable Hunger. 1227 Insatiable Hunger. Why? Why won't you die? The Eater of Stars grew increasingly frustrated when she could not seem to kill Tian despite putting in serious effort. "You seem to be in a hurry to kill me. Why? Aren't you having fun? Let's keep this up for another 100 years at the very least, Eater of Stars." Tian laughed out loud. 100 years? I don't have that kind of time to play with you. Eater of Stars roared in a furious voice. "No time? That's one of the silliest things an immortal entity such as yourself could say, since time is all we have. You have no idea. Then why don't you educate me? Who knows? Maybe I might even lower my guard, as I am easily distracted." The Eater of Stars frowned at his obvious provocation, but she didn't seem to have any other choice, as it might really take her 100 years if not more to deal with him if they continued at this rate. Several years have gone by since the beginning of their conflict, and the Eater of Stars could feel its relentless hunger intensifying within, slowly driving her toward a state of madness. If she doesn't deal with Tian quickly and continues to consume stars, she will be tormented by her insatiable hunger. Eventually, the Eater of Stars began speaking in a reluctant tone. "Can you imagine the relentless ache of perpetual hunger, an insatiable yearning that refuses to subdue no matter the quantity consumed? Throughout the expanse of my existence since the Primordial era, I have remained a stranger to the sensation of a contented stomach. Countless stars have succumbed to my insatiable appetite, yet I can only keep my hunger barely satisfied enough to where it won't drive me completely mad. I have traveled the starry sky for millions of years in search of something that could satisfy my hunger, but to no avail. I have dried out rivers of celestial water, consumed all sorts of treasures. There is almost nothing in this world that I haven't consumed, yet my hunger remains unsatisfied. I want to stop and rest, but I fear that my hunger will get out of control if I sleep, if I can even sleep properly with this constant hunger. That's right. I have never even had a proper sleep. The only thing I can do is continue moving and consuming everything in my path. Tian was left speechless by the Eater of Stars situation. Even Feng and the Dragon Goddess were baffled by it. They always thought that the Eater of Stars was acting out of instinct and had no reason for its actions, that it was a natural calamity without emotions or thoughts. Neither of them could have anticipated this sort of truth, and they couldn't help but pity the Eater of Stars. I understand now. So that is the source of your anguish. What a terrible way of life. And to think that you've been living like this since the primordial era. Tian was not prepared to learn such a truth and did not know how to respond or react. While Tian was deep in his thoughts, the Eater of Stars saw this as a chance to put an end to their farce and attacked without any warning. Wake up, you idiot. Dragon Goddess Yu's voice suddenly rippled in the starry sky, snapping Tian out of his daze. But it was too late, and the Eater of Stars landed a direct hit on Tian the following moment, sending him flying. Blood gushed from Tian body, leaving behind a long trail of blood that hovered in the starry sky. You idiot. Are you still alive? Dragon Goddess Yeyou immediately rushed to his side to assess his condition. A slight smile appeared on Tian's face as he muttered in a weak voice, "Don't worry, I won't die before I beat you." How dare you say such a thing when you cannot even defeat some stupid snake? Do you have no shame? Dragon Goddess Yeyou sighed. Meanwhile, the Eater of Stars proceeded to fly towards them with her mouth wide open, seemingly trying to consume them together. How dare a mere snake even think about consuming a dragon? Courting death. Dragon Goddess Yeyou narrowed her eyes at the Eater of Stars as scales began appearing on her body. Please wait, Dragon Goddess. Tian quickly grabbed her arm. I am not out of the fight just yet. After adjusting his posture, Tian confronted the incoming Eater of Stars with a wide smile on his face. Unbeknownst to him, his body suddenly started emitting a golden aura that gave off an unfathomable feeling. When Dragon Goddess Yeyou detected the palpable presence of his aura, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her entire being, setting her body astir with an intense longing for combat, and igniting her blood with an irresistible urge to engage. The Eater of Stars, too, discerned the subtle shift in his aura, further intensifying her agitation. Her primal instincts screamed that unless she swiftly vanquished him, the window of opportunity to secure victory would close inexorably. As the Eater of Stars closed in with her mouth wide open, the trail of blood left behind by Tian entered her mouth. While the amount of blood left behind by Tian was akin to a single grain of sand to the Eater of Stars, it was a substantial amount of blood to lose for a human. When the Eater of Stars tasted Tian's blood, its massive body shivered for a brief second before freezing like an ice statue. Her void-like eyes began to change as the light slowly returned to them. Why did you stop, Eater of Stars? I am just getting started. Tian spread his arms and beckoned her in a provoking manner. However, the Eater of Stars completely ignored him as she remained hovering there with a look of disbelief on her face. Eventually, she spoke in a low voice, You. What are you? Huh? Tian did not understand her question and could only look at her with a raised eyebrow. Although he didn't understand her question, he could tell that something had changed for the Eater of Stars, and when he looked into her eyes, he could see a hint of hope within. C1228 An Unprecedented Occurrence. Chapter 1228 An Unprecedented Occurrence 1228 An Unprecedented Occurrence. What am I, you ask? Human, I suppose. Tian eventually responded to the Eater of Stars' question even though he had a feeling that it wasn't what she wanted to hear. Why do you ask? He then asked. After a moment of silence, the Eater of Stars responded, Amongst the countless things I've consumed throughout the years, very few things interest my taste buds. However, your blood. When I consumed your blood, it excited my taste buds in a way that I've never experienced before, and even though the amount of blood I've consumed is insignificant, even neglectable, it's managed to satisfy my hunger significantly. I could consume 100 stars, yet it would not satisfy my hunger the way your blood just did. The Eater of Stars proceeded to consume the remaining blood that was scattered in the starry sky, leaving not even a single drop of blood behind, and her body would tremble with excitement with every drop of blood. Once she finished cleaning the starry sky of Tian's blood, she released a deafening roar that shook the starry sky. My blood satisfies your insatiable hunger. Why? Tian mumbled out loud after learning of this information. I don't know, it just does. The Eater of Stars replied. Silence filled the place for the next several moments until Tian had an idea. Eater of Stars, I have an offer for you. I am listening. For the first time in history, the Eater of Stars was being patient and willing to listen to a human being. You see, I have an ambition. Tian proceeded to tell the Eater of Stars his ambitions. If I have someone like you around me in my journey, it will definitely help speed up my goals. In exchange for your company, I am willing to offer you my blood to feed your hunger. Of course, I won't make you do anything that you don't want to, and you can leave at any time. The Eater of Stars closed her eyes to ponder in silence. A few moments later, her massive body began to shrink, progressively shrinking faster with every passing second, until she was the size of an ordinary snake. I shall follow you until the end of time, Master. The Eater of Stars said. Master? Tian raised an eyebrow and said, I'm not asking you to be my servant, you know. I am aware. This is my choice. You really don't mind? I don't. In the realm of beasts, yielding to a human as their master equated to a profound surrender, a relinquishing of their very essence, a choice that would forever brand them with ridicule among their fellow creatures. However, the Eater of Stars was no mere ordinary beast. She was a divine beast with significance equal to that of dragon goddess Yeyou and the primordial phoenix. Despite that, she still decided to accept Tian as a master. In the eyes of the Eater of Stars, such considerations held no sway over her. To her, the paramount imperative was the satisfaction of her insatiable hunger, rendering all other concerns inconsequential. In this singular moment, an extraordinary occurrence had transpired. A divine beast, for the first time in history, had chosen to acknowledge a human as its master. Furthermore, this wasn't just any divine beast, it was the Eater of Stars, a notorious entity that had sown terror across the expanse of the divine heavens, a veritable force of nature responsible for the annihilation of countless stars. So, do you have another name besides Eater of Stars? I do not. You may give me a name if you wish. I'll need some time to think about it. Anyways, here. Tian suddenly slashed his palm with his sword and offered it to her. Eater of Stars immediately rushed at it like a starving beast and immediately began consuming it. While changing her size won't change her appetite, she could perceive her hunger gradually assuaging as she imbibed his blood. Several minutes later, in a moment unprecedented in her existence, the Eater of Stars encountered the sensation of satiety, discovering what it meant to be free from the ceaseless grip of hunger. It was also at this moment that she knew that she had made the right choice by following Tian. Eater of Stars wanted this moment to last forever, to be able to feast on Tian's blood endlessly, but she knew that wouldn't be possible if she wanted to preserve his blood for longer. Thank you, Master. Eater of Stars muttered after releasing a satisfied sigh, her stomach feeling better and fuller than ever. Is this your first time tasting human blood? Tian asked her. No. I have tasted human blood before, but they all tasted like dirt water. Tian sighed in relief after hearing this, as he feared for a moment that only human blood could satisfy her hunger. So, what does my blood taste like? He asked out of curiosity. I don't know how to describe it, but it's delicious, unlike anything I have tasted before, and it makes my taste buds tremble with delight. If I am only allowed to eat this for the rest of my life, I wouldn't mind it at all. Is that so? Anyways, let's go meet my other companions. Tian then said. Eater of Stars nodded. Suddenly, a powerful presence appeared behind Tian. When he turned around, he saw Dragon Goddess Yeyou with a somewhat weird look on her face, and she appeared to be panting a bit. Dragon Goddess? Are you okay? Why do you seem a bit tired? Tian raised his eyebrows at her. I tried, but I cannot hold it in any longer. Tian, fight me, now. She said while her aura skyrocketed. Huh? Right now? Tian was baffled. Had just finished fighting with the Eater of Stars, and he even donated a good amount of his blood to her afterward. He was definitely in no condition to fight Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Why don't we do this another time, when I am healed? I'm sure you don't want to fight an injured person, as well. Bullshit. You'll be fine if you use that golden aura technique. Why didn't you use that technique when you fought me before? Are you mocking me? Dragon Goddess Yeyou roared in a frustrated manner. Golden aura technique? What are you talking about? Tian responded with a dumbfounded expression. C1229 A Plan to Change the World. Chapter 1229 A Plan to Change the World. 1229 A Plan to Change the World. Are you genuinely feigning ignorance with me? I witnessed you harnessing it mere moments ago. Your body was enveloped in a resplendent golden aura. It emanated an incomprehensible and overwhelming pressure that I had never experienced before. Just recalling it makes my blood boil. Dragon Goddess Yeyou spoke with an angry expression on her face, thinking that he was messing with her. However, Tian's puzzled expression remained on his face as he spoke. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. Golden aura? I don't even have a technique like that. Then what was that golden aura? How did you do it? Tian shook his head. Are you sure you saw it? Dragon Goddess Yeyou began doubting whether she actually saw it. She turned to look at Feng, who was quickly approaching them, and asked her, Hey. You also saw that golden aura around him right after he was nearly beaten to death, right? Feng did not immediately respond, and when she did, she responded with a smirk on her face. I didn't see anything. You must have hallucinated or something. Dragon Goddess Yeyou clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, her eyes radiating with killing intent. Feng sucked her teeth and quickly added, just joking. She turned to look at Tian and continued, she's not lying. There was a golden aura around you just now. I've never felt anything so oppressive before. Tian fell silent after hearing this, but he had zero idea what caused the golden aura to show up. Now that I think about it, I felt oddly energized for a brief moment, like I was invincible. Unfortunately, I don't know what caused it, nor can I replicate it. Dragon Goddess Yeyou began to ponder deeply. A moment later, she spoke with a serious expression on her face. It appeared shortly after you were nearly beaten to death, so if you experience another near-death situation, it might show up again. It'll help you. Whoa. Hold it. Tian immediately distanced himself when Dragon Goddess Yeyou started stretching her limbs. I barely have enough energy to stay awake and you want to beat me? I will really die. Aren't you always so confident in yourself? You'll be fine. Dragon Goddess Yeyou seemed to have no desire to back down and slowly approached Tian. Seeing this, the Eater of Stars moved to stand in front of Tian. I won't let you hurt him. Eater of Stars glared at Dragon Goddess Yeyou sternly. You think you have what it takes to stop me? While you may have more raw strength than me, you don't know how to properly use it. You don't even know how to fight properly, and I doubt you know any real techniques. Randomly breathing fire doesn't count either. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sneered. Calm down, both of you. Dragon Goddess, I just want to rest for now. After that, we can figure out the whole golden aura business together, and then I will spar with you. Okay? Fine. She reluctantly agreed. Good, then allow me to introduce you to our new member, Eater of Stars. Tian said. Eater of Stars, these two are my traveling companions. The spirited one is Dragon Goddess Yeyou, and the other is Primordial Phoenix, also known as Feng Yuming. And this is Eater of Stars. I am still trying to think of a name for her, so you guys can call her that for now. Can you turn into a human? Feng Yuming suddenly asked. I cannot, or more precisely, I don't know how to. Eater of Stars shook her head. Don't worry, I'm sure they will teach you. Tian said. After their short introduction, Tian brought everyone to the closest uninhabited star to recover his injuries. So, who do you plan on visiting next? Feng Yuming asked him. Honestly, I don't know. And while it will benefit to have more companions, I think we can start changing the world with just the 4 of us for now. Tian said. And how do you plan on changing the world? We can start by letting the world know of our presence. A human traveling the world and doing things with 3 divine beasts by his side, it will surely stir both the human world and the beast world. Seriously? That's the best plan you can come up with after 1,000 years? Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless. Then do you have any suggestions? Dragon Goddess Yeyou was speechless, as she had no idea where to even begin. As simple as it may seem, I think your plan will work pretty well. Feng Yuming suddenly spoke up. Your goal is to create a world where humans and beasts can work together, right? We can commence by demonstrating to the world the very feasibility of such a vision, since most believe it to be impossible. By showcasing our partnership, we can enlighten humanity and beasts to the possibility of collaboration between our 2 worlds. Then it's decided. Tian had an eager smile on his face. We can start by dealing with issues that normal people or beasts cannot handle by themselves. Do you guys know of anything like that happening within the divine heavens at this moment? Well, I've spent the past 1,000 years traveling the starry sky with you, so my knowledge is to the extent of yours. Feng Yuming shrugged. I don't know, either. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said in a stiff voice, as she didn't want to admit that she had been following them for the same amount of time. That's fine. We can look into it once we return to the divine heavens. Tian said. Before that, I have something to say. Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly said. What is it? Shouldn't you spend some time improving your cultivation first? While you are already pretty strong, you could be much, much stronger if you focused on cultivation for some time. After all, you are still in the prime age for that. It would be a waste of your talents if you start too late. Is that really necessary? Sounds like a hassle, and I'd rather spend that time to work on my goals. Tian sighed. Of course. Beasts are naturally attracted to the strong, so the stronger you are, the more likely they will listen to you. If you want a world where beasts respect humans, you need to show them something worthy of respect, because as of now, the majority of beasts do not respect humans in the slightest. Makes sense. Alright, I'll dedicate some time to cultivation every once in a while. Tian nonchalantly nodded. I've long been aware of his immense talent, evident when he faced me and survived at an age not even surpassing 1,000 years. Now, I entertain the notion that he might have scarcely trained before then. Is it conceivable that he is truly a mere human? Dragon Goddess Yeyou sighed inwardly. I've been wondering, how old are you? Feng Yuming suddenly asked Tian. A little over 2,000 years old. Tian calmly responded. 2,000 years old? Impossible. Feng Yuming did not dare to believe him. It's true. He wasn't even 1,000 years old when he fought with me. Dragon Goddess Yeyou confirmed. Unbelievable. Feng Yuming muttered in disbelief. C1230 Golden Aura. Chapter 1230 Golden Aura. 1230 Golden Aura. Several days later, after Tian recovered from his injuries, he began looking into the golden aura with the others. The first thing they did was beat Tian until he was near death, since that was what triggered it in the first place. Go easy on me. Tian said with a stiff smile. Sure. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said in a nonchalant manner. Clearly, she did not plan on going easy on him. But before they could even begin, Tian had to convince Eater of Stars, whom he named Xingrui, to not attack Dragon Goddess Yeyou when she beats him, as she was overly protective of him. After all, if he were to meet his demise, her insatiable hunger would undoubtedly resurface. The prospect of reverting to such a state, after tasting the satisfaction of a full stomach, filled her with a profound dread. It was a fate she was determined to evade at any expense. Eventually, their experiment began with Dragon Goddess Yeyou beating Tian until his entire body was soaked in blood. Meanwhile, Feng watched with great entertainment from a distance. As for Xingrui, she cleaned up the blood on the ground that was spewed by Tian. Do you feel any different? Dragon Goddess Yeyou asked Tian as he lay on the ground in a near-death state. Besides immense pain all over my body? Nope. He replied in a low voice. You probably aren't near death enough. It'll keep on going then. Why? Thus, Dragon Goddess Yeyou proceeded to continue the beating until he was truly on the verge of death. How about now? Tian couldn't even respond to her in his current state. Dragon Goddess Yeyou sighed. Then she proceeded to feed some medicine to him. Within minutes, Tian fully healed from his near-death state. Alright, let's do it again. Dragon Goddess Yeyou said afterward, sounding oddly eager to beat him. I don't think physically torturing myself will do any good. According to you, the golden aura occurred during my fight with Xingrui. Perhaps I need an opponent and to be engaged in a real fight. Tian quickly stopped her. That sounds reasonable. And since your opponent at that time was Xingrui, you should fight with her again. However, Xingrui immediately refused. I will not partake in hurting master no matter what. How about I do it? Feng suddenly volunteered herself. You? Dragon Goddess Yeyou raised her eyebrows. She nodded and explained, I have been wondering about his prowess since I learned that Head survived a fight with you 1,000 years ago. I want to see for myself his talents. Let's do it then. Tian agreed to spar with Feng. Sometime later, Tian and Feng went back into the starry sky and started fighting each other. Much like Xingrui, Feng harnessed the formidable power of flames. However, in stark contrast to Xingrui, Feng exhibited flawless mastery over her fiery abilities, even boasting a vast repertoire of hundreds of unique techniques at her disposal. For the first several months, Feng faced Tian while in her human form, as she didn't really take the fight seriously. However, she eventually transformed back into a phoenix and started fighting him for real, with the intention of killing him. Their battle raged with an intensity beyond measure, and the very expanse of the starry sky was ablaze with the searing brilliance of Feng's phoenix flames. Her flames surged with such blistering heat that they tore through Tian's spiritual energy, reduced his clothing to ashes, and roasted his skin with relentless ferocity. Although it wasn't enough to endanger his life, it did drain his stamina and strength constantly and quickly. That dumb pigeon has grown a lot stronger since our fight. Dragon Goddess Yeyou mumbled to herself as she watched them fight. Of course, she's still miles away from my level. Though Feng may be weaker than Dragon Goddess Yeyou when it comes to raw prowess, her undying and relentless flames were incredibly annoying and difficult to deal with, especially for a tiny human like Tian. After enduring what felt like an eternity in the deepest abyss of torment and bearing the ceaseless scorching agony, Tian found himself approaching his limits. As he slowly approached his death, Tian subconsciously started recalling everything he felt during his fight with Xingrui. In the very moment when he teetered on the brink of being consumed by the relentless phoenix flames, an explosive surge of energy surged forth from the innermost depths of his being, before a resplendent golden aura emerged around his body. The atmosphere underwent an instantaneous transformation the very second the golden aura materialized, and Dragon Goddess Yu's face lit up like a lamp with an expansive smile on it as she detected the immeasurable might it exuded. It's here. She did not hesitate to rush into the starry sky and towards Tian's location. Meanwhile, Tian faced Feng with his newfound strength. So this is the golden aura. He looked at his glowing hands with great interest. Not only was his depleted energy quickly being restored, he felt a divine power that did not exist moments before now in the grasp of his own hands. After taking a brief moment to admire his new strength, Tian turned to look at Feng Yuming, who uncontrollably trembled in fear when she felt his gaze on her. As Tian steadily advanced toward her, Feng Yuming fell into a trance, unleashing a barrage of techniques upon him with an intensity that suggested her very existence hinged upon their success. Her flames quickly engulfed Tian's figure. Despite that, Feng Yuming's anxiety only intensified, as she could tell that her flames were unable to touch Tian and were merely dancing around him, almost as though the flames had their own consciousness and were consciously avoiding Tian. The following moment, with a nonchalant sweep of his arm, every ember surrounding Tian dispersed like mere insects in his presence. Seeing this, Feng Yuming did not hesitate to return to her human form. I surrender. You win. Feng Yuming sighed out loud. Oh. When Feng Yuming surrendered her will to fight, so did Tian, and the golden aura around him quickly started diminishing. However, just as it was on the verge of disappearing, the golden aura suddenly surged to life once more. Simultaneously, Tian was turning around to confront the encroaching dragon goddess Yeyou, who was enveloped in her own aura that resonated with an unquenchable thirst for battle. C1231 Unfathomable Talents. Chapter 1231 Unfathomable Talents. 1231 Unfathomable Talents. I have been waiting for this moment for over 1,000 years, Tian. Dragon goddess Yeyou roared with a delighted smile on her face as she flew towards Tian like an unstoppable meteor. Tian confronted her with a smile on his face as well. Upon their collision, their intertwined spiritual energies and auras converged, birthing a cataclysmic detonation of such staggering magnitude that it would eclipse even the most potent nuclear forces known to Earth, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The force unleashed by their titanic clash was so overwhelming that had it erupted within the very heart of the divine heavens, it would have engulfed the entire realm, reducing it to mere cosmic dust in an instant. These two crazy fuckers. Are they trying to kill me, too? Feng Yuming nearly had a heart attack as she used her fastest movement technique to escape the blast and distance herself from them, barely escaping with the teeth of her skin. If she had been even slightly slower or reacted a second slower, she would have died there and then. This is what I've been yearning for. Finally, a worthy opponent whom I can unleash my full might. Dragon goddess Yu's demeanor seemed to have veered into madness, consumed entirely by the singular obsession of their confrontation. In fact, she was so absorbed in their fight that she was fighting with the intent to kill Tian. As for Tian, he too had succumbed to a peculiar trance, his thirst for combat pushed to its utmost limits. Due to the grand impact of their battle, they were immediately noticed by other experts, humans and beasts alike. Holy shit! Isn't that the same human who fought with the dragon goddess a little over 1,000 years ago? Has he returned for a rematch? Impossible. How did he get so strong in so little time? My cultivation barely advanced since then. Many of these individuals were present at their last battle, so they were greatly shocked to see Tian fighting dragon goddess Yeyou at her full strength when he was struggling to keep up with her before. Are you sure that's the same human from the Great Enlightenment? Surely, it must be a different person. No, it's definitely the same person. I have no doubt about it. I still remember their fight 1,000 years ago as clear as day. Then he must have consumed some heaven-defying treasures. I don't even know of any treasure that could possibly strengthen someone so fast without any side effects. He must have consumed a whole sea of celestial water or something. There's no way that amount of celestial water even exists. Could this be a second Great Enlightenment? We need to notify the others as soon as possible. The spectators hoped for their fight to last another 200 years, but alas, it ended much sooner than they all had hoped. After just one short year, dragon goddess Yeyou eventually defeated Tian for a second time. Although she wanted to prolong their fight like last time, she couldn't afford to go easy on him or she'd end up being the loser. Damn it. I thought I had this one in the bag. Tian muttered as he floated in the starry sky without his golden aura. Dragon goddess Yeyou remained unresponsive, her gaze fixed upon him in a profound silence, her countenance bearing a mysterious and contemplative expression. Eventually, she approached him and asked, "Are you okay?" "My body is screaming in pain, but I won't die," he said with a calm smile. "If you cultivated diligently for another 1,000 years, you might be able to defeat me." "I can't wait." He chuckled. Dragon Goddess Yeyou then turned to look at the spectators and roared at them, "What are you looking at? If you're not going to fight me next, scram." All of the spectators immediately turned tails and fled as their lives depended on it, especially the beasts. "So, do you plan on giving a name to your ridiculous technique?" Dragon Goddess Yeyou suddenly asked Tian. "I'll think about it once I have full control over it." "Very well. Then we'll schedule our next fight for when you can make it appear as you will." "All right." Over the next several years, Tian would focus on improving his cultivation, just as Dragon Goddess Yeyou suggested. During this time, besides cultivating, he would also feed Xingrui his blood once every year, which was more than enough to fill her stomach for another year. The rate of his growth is simply terrifying. Not even those with the purest bloodline in the Phoenix clan would be able to match him in terms of cultivation speed. In fact, they might as well be crawling on the floor while he runs. Feng Yuming sighed. She had always regarded herself as a superior being, believing herself peerless. Yet, in the presence of Tian and witnessing his unparalleled talents, she found herself humbled and awestruck by his exceptional prowess. Dragon Goddess Yeyou could only silently agree with Feng Yuming. As a divine being and having never lost a single fight before, she was beginning to anticipate losing for the first time to Tian. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. During this time, Xingrui learned how to transform into a human with the help of Feng Yuming. Her human form was incredibly beautiful and surprisingly innocent-looking, like a maiden who never left home. She had long, silky silver hair, black eyes, and snow-white skin. In stark contrast to Dragon Goddess Yeyou, whose presence exuded the divine aura of a goddess, and Feng Yuming, whose aura resonated with the grace of a fairy, Xingrui emitted the distinguished and refined aura of a noble young lady. As for Tian, had entered closed cultivation, and he made sure to collect enough blood to feed Xingrui before going into cultivation. When he emerged from his closed cultivation, he almost didn't recognize Xingrui. In fact, he only recognized her because she was feasting on a bottle of his blood when he saw her, which was the only reason that he even realized her identity. C1232 Unexpected Visitor. Chapter 1232 Unexpected Visitor. 1232 Unexpected Visitor. "Are you done with your cultivation, master?" Xingrui asked him the moment he came out of seclusion. "Xingrui. Is that you?" Tian stared at her with a dumbfounded expression, not daring to believe that the innocent-looking young lady before him was the one known as Eater of Stars despite the overwhelming evidence, such as the bottle of blood in her grasp that he had prepared for her right before he went into seclusion. "It is, master." Xingrui calmly nodded for confirmation. Is that so?" Tian proceeded to look around, expecting to see Dragon Goddess Yeyou or Feng Yuming around. He quickly found Dragon Goddess Yeyou, who appeared to be napping peacefully in the distance. "Where is Feng Yuming?" he asked Xingrui. Primordial Phoenix mentioned something about a business and said that she will return soon. "That was 50 years ago." "I see. Well, she'll return whenever they are ready." "How have you been faring, Xingrui? Do you need more blood?" Xingrui shook her head. "I still have 10 bottles left. They'll last me for another 10 years. Just let me know whenever you need it." Tian said with a smile. "Now then. What should we do now?" He began pondering their next step. Should he continue cultivating until Feng Yuming returns, or should he do something else while waiting for her to return? However, before he could think of something, a voice that he was not familiar with resounded. "I have finally found you, my lord." "Who's there?" "Show yourself." Xingrui immediately became defensive. Dragon Goddess Yeyou also woke up from her nap. The following moment, an old man emitting an ominous aura appeared out of thin air before Tian and Xingrui. "There's no need to be alert. I am not your enemy," the old man said. "Who are you?" Tian asked him. Despite the pungent stench of blood emanating from the elderly man, Tian remained untroubled, as he sensed no imminent threat from the old man's presence. In fact, he could feel unwavering loyalty from the old man for some reason. This old subordinate is called Dong Yi, and I have spent the last 1,000,000 years awaiting your return. My return? What are you talking about? I don't believe we've met before, and I am not even 1,000,000 years old, so how could you be waiting so long for me? You must have gotten the wrong person. Tian expressed his doubts. I understand your confusion, and what I am about to tell you will sound crazy, but I am not messing with you. Dong Yi proceeded to tell Tian of his true identity and his incarnation as the evil god and the divine paragon. Tian listened to the whole story without interrupting, and on his face was a look of disbelief. If I am not mistaken, my lord, you have already been regaining your past memories. Tian couldn't rebuke such a claim, as it was true. In fact, he's been seeing these memories even before he met with dragon goddess Yeyou. Even if what you say is true, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do? Those identities died with their body. Tian asked him. Nothing at the moment, my lord. I am only here to fulfill my duties as your humble servant. If you ever need anything at all, please don't hesitate to use these old bones. Seriously. Seriously. Dong Yi nodded with a serious expression. Then I need some time to digest what I learned today. You may leave for now. Tian sighed. As you command. Dong Yi bowed to Tian before disappearing like a ghost. Do you believe what he said? Dragon goddess Yeyou asked him. I do. He calmly nodded. Truth be told, I was already aware of my past lives even before he told me. To think you were the evil god's reincarnation. The human world would go into a frenzy if they knew, and they might even hunt you down like some kind of beast. What are you going to do now? No matter what you decide, I will follow you. Xingrui said. Nothing has changed. Evil god or not, I will walk my own path until my dreams are realized. It's as simple as that. With that being said, let's return to the divine heavens and start our plans. Okay. Thus, Tian made his way back to the divine heavens with Xingrui and dragon goddess Yeyou. Feng Yuming would eventually rejoin with them later. Knock knock, Yuan, are you awake? Yuan slowly opened his eyes after hearing Ximei's voice. He went to open the door and greet her. I am. Do you need anything? My mother's wondering if you are ready for your training yet. Ximei said. It's been several days since they dealt with the Azure Dragon clan and the Emerald Dragon family, but it felt much longer for Yuan, who had been engrossed in Dragon Goddess Yu's memories. Please let her know that I am ready, Yuan replied. Okay. Shortly after Ximei left his room, Feng Yuxiang and the others showed up in his room. When Yuan saw Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying standing beside each other, he couldn't help but recall Feng Yuming and Xingrui, and he wondered if they were somehow related. Young master? What's wrong? Feng Yuxiang asked him when she noticed his dazed stare. He smiled and said, I was just remembering something that happened in my past life. Do you know anything about the Primordial Phoenix? Primordial Phoenix? Of course. There is no way a phoenix wouldn't know of her. She's like a god in our race. No, she's practically a god. In fact, she's the sole reason why I became a businesswoman. Why do you ask? Wait. Do your incarnation know the Primordial Phoenix? Feng Yuxiang suddenly became excited. Yuan nodded, yes, I will tell you more about it later. After I finish my training. Please do. Feng Yuxiang was overflowing with enthusiasm. C1233 Immortal Monarch's Dominion. Chapter 1233 Immortal Monarch's Dominion. 1233 Immortal Monarch's Dominion. Ximei returned to Yuan's room a couple of minutes after she left. Yuan, my mother will be waiting for you in the courtyard, she notified him. All right. Thank you. He proceeded to make his way to the courtyard. Of course, having nothing better to do, Shimei and the others followed him. Once they arrived at the courtyard, they could see Shimei casually standing on the sparring stage. "Welcome, Yuan. I hope you had a good rest." Shimei greeted him with a charming smile on her beautiful face as he made his way onto the stage. "I did. Thank you for taking the time to train me even though you're in the middle of something major." "Don't even mention it. We are pretty much finished with the biggest issues and our investigations. In our current state, we need to take things slowly, since we have 2 more cities to deal with," Shimei said. "Anyways, let's talk about your dragon's authority, shall we?" Yuan nodded. As my husband had already mentioned, dragon's authority is a superior version of dragon's gaze, allowing you to command the dragon race as long as they have a weaker bloodline than you. With that being said, you're a human without a dragon's bloodline, so I am not exactly sure how things will work out for you, as I have never heard of such a thing before. Though, since it worked before, I don't think there'll be any problems for you. And since you clearly haven't mastered the technique, I am going to help you. It's quite simple, really. You will use dragon's authority on me until you have complete control over it. Normally it would require millennials to master such a technique, but knowing your heaven-defying talents, I have confidence that you'll be able to master it within months if not weeks. Any questions?" He shook his head. "Good. Then you may begin whenever you are ready." Shimei proceeded to mentally prepare herself for his dragon's authority. Yuan took a deep breath and closed his eyes to recall how he felt when he first used dragon's authority by accident. When he reopened his eyes a few moments later, they gleamed with a profound golden hue, radiating an overwhelming and authoritative aura. The ambience in the vicinity underwent an abrupt transformation, as if a divine presence had descended upon the surroundings. Shimei's body trembled in awe when she met Yuan's profound gaze. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she still found it difficult to withstand its pressure and allure. "This will be good training for me, as well," she thought to herself. As Yuan continued to use dragon's authority on Shimei, he could feel his mastery over it quickly improve. Shimei had anticipated that her training with Yuan would span several weeks if not months. However, by the day's end, Yuan had already achieved a complete mastery of dragon's authority. Ding! Immortal Monarch's Dominion, Rank, Supreme, Mastery Level, 1, Description, a divine technique wielded by the Immortal Monarch, enabling him to exert dominion over any creature upon which his gaze falls. Huh! Yuan was taken aback as the notification displayed a technique name different from what he had anticipated. Immortal Monarch's Dominion? What happened to dragon's authority? Yuan mumbled in a dumbfounded voice. What's the matter? Shimei asked him when she noticed his weird expression. It's somewhat difficult to put into words, but it appears I haven't been training in dragon's authority, Yuan admitted with a perplexed tone. What do you mean? Shimei tilted her head in a puzzled manner. I understand the concept of dragon's authority, which commands dragons, but do you know of a technique surpassing it? One that exerts dominion over all creatures in the world? Yuan inquired with curiosity. A technique superior to dragon's authority? Commanding all creatures in the world? Shimei was speechless. Yuan nodded. I believe my dragon's authority is actually something different, and it allows me to command beasts beyond dragons. Shimei began pondering with a serious expression on her face. I recall reading a particular scroll in the family library long ago that recounted the tale of a man from ancient times possessing such an ability, the capability to command all the creatures of the world. However, its accuracy is dubious at best. Shimei looked at Yuan with a nervous face as she inquired, Are you suggesting that your dragon's authority possesses such a remarkable capability? Do you comprehend the weight of the assertion you're making? I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm serious. I'm not accusing you of falsehood, Shimei suddenly added, but if I am to persuade myself that such an ability truly exists, I must witness it firsthand with my own eyes. Yuan smiled, I understand completely, and I don't blame you. He proceeded to turn his head to look at Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying, who were sitting not far away from the stage. Feng, Yingying, do you mind coming on the stage for a quick experiment? It would be my honor to assist you, young master. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed enthusiastically as she stepped forward toward the stage. I also don't mind. Lan Yingying said as she followed behind Feng Yuxiang. What's happening? Shi Meili was intrigued by the sudden turn of events and also made her way to the stage, wondering what they were going to do. Once they were on the stage, Yuan asked them, I am going to use Dragon's authority on you two to see if it works on creatures beyond dragons. Do you mind? You can do anything you want to me, young master. Feng Yuxiang responded in a teasing tone. Lan Yingying calmly nodded in silence, agreeing with her. What makes you think it'll work on creatures beyond dragons? Shi Meili asked out of curiosity. Just a hunch. He smiled mysteriously. After giving Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying a moment to prepare themselves, Yuan looked at Feng Yuxiang and asked her, I will start with you. Are you ready? She nodded with a serious expression. I am ready. C1234 A Dangerous Ability. Chapter 1234 A Dangerous Ability 1234 A Dangerous Ability. After Feng Yuxiang expressed her readiness, Yuan contemplated how he should utilize the Immortal Monarch's dominion on her. Naturally, he recognized the need to issue a command that would compel her to perform an action she would typically avoid or hesitate to undertake. After all, if the command was too easy, it wouldn't really prove to Xianxia his capabilities. Eventually, Yuan thought of something, but before he used Immortal Monarch's dominion on her, he apologized to her first. I would like to apologize in advance. Sorry. Hearing such a thing only made Feng Yuxiang nervous about what he had planned for her. Why, young master? Please go easy on me. Without responding to her plea, Yuan activated Immortal Monarch's dominion. Feng Yuxiang's body immediately froze with Yuan glaring at her. I want you to pick your right nose hole with your right pinky and make chicken noises, Yuan commanded her. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with shock, as did Lan Yingying and the others there. Xianxia's nerves fluttered, her gaze fixed on Feng Yuxiang, pondering whether she would truly engage in such potentially humiliating tasks. She couldn't help but empathize, imagining herself in Feng Yuxiang's position, dreading the prospect of performing actions so embarrassing that she would rather face death. Why, young master? I know I said that I'd do anything for you, but this is a little too much. Please. I'd rather walk the streets naked. In the midst of her begging, Feng Yuxiang's body started moving on their own accord. All eyes in the vicinity remained transfixed as Feng Yuxiang gingerly inserted her right pinky finger into her right nostril, simultaneously emitting chicken-like clucking noises, creating an absurd spectacle that left the onlookers in stunned amazement. PFTT. Xiao Hua nearly burst out laughing after witnessing Feng Yuxiang's humiliating act. You can stop now. Yuan quickly deactivated Immortal Monarch's dominion. Feng Yuxiang had been under the influence of Immortal Monarch's dominion for just 5 seconds, yet for her, it seemed like an agonizing eternity, more than sufficient to subject her to profound humiliation. Young master. Feng Yuxiang uttered in a low voice as she fell to her knees, looking like she'd just suffered the worst defeat in her life. Sorry, again. I needed you to do something you wouldn't normally agree to do. I'll make it up to you. Yuan tried his best to soothe her, but alas, Feng Yuxiang remained kneeling on the floor in silence. Yuan. You're not going to make me do that too, right? Lan Yingying was looking at him with a terrified expression on her face. Yuan turned to look at Xianxia and asked her, do you still need more proof or? No, I am already convinced that it's real. Xianxia quickly shook her head, as she didn't know if she could endure watching another public humiliation. What? That's not fair. Feng Yuxiang suddenly exclaimed. You called for the two of us, so you should test it on her as well. Even if you say that. Yuan didn't know how to respond. It's okay. Lan Yingying suddenly said, she's right. It won't be fair to her if I don't experience it as well. Are you sure? Lan Yingying nodded, just give me a few more moments to prepare myself. Take as much time as you need. Sometime later, Lan Yingying said, "Okay, I am ready." Yuan nodded, and he activated Immortal Monarch's dominion on her. "I want you to get on the floor and act like you're a worm, in your human form." Lan Yingying subconsciously tried resisting the Immortal Monarch's dominion, but almost as though she had turned into a puppet with strings tied to her body, she lay on the floor and started squirming around like a worm. One could argue that Feng Yuxiang still got the shorter end of the stick, but she seemed satisfied with the results and didn't complain. "You can stop now," Yuan said a moment later. However, Lan Yingying did not immediately get off the floor. Instead, she remained lying there with her face kissing the floor, almost as though she was too embarrassed to even show her face. "You can be quite cruel if you want to be, Yuan." This was truly unexpected. Ximingzi said to him. Yuan could only respond with a stiff smile. A few moments later, Ximingzi turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and asked her, "Can you tell me how it felt? Did you try resisting his command?" Feng Yuxiang nodded. "I did, but it felt like my body had stopped listening to me. No matter how hard I tried to resist it, I couldn't prevent the humiliation." Indeed. It was like someone else had taken control over my body. It was a more terrifying experience than I expected. Lan Yingying shuddered just recalling it. A dragon's authority that works on all creatures. As powerful as it may sound, it's also an incredibly dangerous ability to have, Yuan. If word gets out that you can command any beast at will, they will hunt you down because you are a threat to their very existence. Ximingzi warned him. In the event that a magical beast with the ability to control humans and make them act against their will were to appear, there would be no question that humans would relentlessly pursue and hunt down such a creature. This same logic applied to humans, as well. It would be for the best if you kept this ability a secret. Even better if you don't use it at all if you don't need to. Yuan nodded. "I agree. I don't enjoy forcing others to do things against their will, too." Sometime later, Ximingzi said to Yuan, "I am going to make a trip to the family library to see if I can learn more about your ability. In the meantime, you can go back to rest." "I understand." Ximingzi left the scene shortly after. "Young master, you owe us for today," Feng Yuxiang said to him as they returned to their rooms. "I know." C1235 Primordial Phoenix's Contribution. Chapter 1235 Primordial Phoenix's Contribution. 1235 Primordial Phoenix's Contribution. After returning to his room with Xiao Hua and the others, Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, "Can you tell me what you know about the Primordial Phoenix? After that, I'll tell you about what I know." Feng Yuxiang nodded. Although the Primordial Phoenix wasn't the first phoenix in existence, she somehow managed to surpass the first phoenix's bloodline, which was thought to be impossible. She's also done a lot for the phoenix race, such as giving birth to many phoenixes with a superior bloodline. She gave birth? Yuan couldn't help but stop her after hearing this information. Feng Yuxiang chuckled and said, "Not literally. Just like how dragons can improve their bloodlines by absorbing a superior bloodline, the primordial phoenix shared her bloodline with many phoenix families, hence giving birth. If it weren't for her, the phoenix race wouldn't have as many royal families in this era and lag behind the dragons. Due to her contributions, the phoenix race flourished and became established as a top 3 global power in our world. Hence her importance to the phoenix race." "I see." Yuan mumbled as he digested the information. "Now tell me about your experience with the primordial phoenix," Feng Yuxiang urged. With a serene smile, Yuan began to reminisce, retracing the memories he shared with the primordial phoenix, recounting their initial encounter and the extraordinary adventure that spanned well over 100,000 years, even though their deal had originally been set for just that duration. When Yuan mentioned the smoldered phoenix egg, Feng Yuxiang stopped him and exclaimed in shock, "A billion-year-old smoldered phoenix egg? That's insane. Wait a moment. If it's a billion-year-old smoldered phoenix egg, then it's possible. It might be the very reason the primordial phoenix managed to transcend the bloodline of the first phoenix." Feng Yuxiang had this realization. To think that the young master, your incarnation, played a pivotal role in our history. I dare say the phoenix race might find it hard to accept that a human was the catalyst for their flourishing. I suppose we can't be certain that the smoldered phoenix egg is the definitive cause behind the evolution of the primordial phoenix's bloodline, Yuan mused. No, it's almost certain that's the cause, Feng Yuxiang responded confidently. A mere 10,000-year-old smoldered phoenix egg would incite a war among the phoenix race in our present era. I can scarcely fathom the potency of a billion-year-old smoldered phoenix egg. Nothing is more effective than the smoldered phoenix egg when it comes to improving a phoenix's bloodline. Anyways, tell me more about the primordial phoenix herself. Did she have any hobbies? What did she like to eat? I want the personal details. Yuan nodded and continued to recall Dragon Goddess Yu's memories of Feng Yumming. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, inside Shi Mingze and Shi Xingmo's room. How was your training with Yuan today? Shi Xingmo asked her when she returned late at night. You won't believe me even if I told you. She shrugged. Try me. She sighed deeply before speaking. Not only did he achieve mastery over Dragon's authority in just one day, but it appears that his Dragon's authority was an entirely different power altogether. Huh? What do you mean by a different power? It's not Dragon's authority. Shi Xingmo raised an eyebrow. No, it's not. In fact, it's even stronger than Dragon's authority, incomparably stronger. What could possibly be stronger than Dragon's authority? Shi Xingmo frowned. I don't have a name for it, but if I were to give it one, it'd be perfect authority, as he has the ability to command not only dragons but other beasts as well. What? Shi Xingmo exclaimed in astonishment upon learning about Immortal Monarch's dominion for the first time. That's not possible. The heavens would not allow such a technique to exist. Despite that, it exists. I watched him make a phoenix and a divine serpent do things that I'd rather die than do myself. And apparently, there used to be another man who had such an ability in ancient times. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any information on him. Shi Xingmo clasped his hands together as he tried to stop them from shaking. The power to command all creatures under the heavens. If other races were to discover this, Yuan would be in grave peril, hunted from all sides. Such an ability should never be allowed to exist, Shi Xingmo spoke with a somber tone. I already warned him about it, but I still cannot help but worry. Shi Xingmo closed his eyes and sighed, I'm more worried for our daughter, who will be following him. If you're thinking about, don't worry, I am not even thinking about it. She's already made her decision, and we made ours. No matter what happens from this point forth, it's the path that she chose to walk, and I will support it. Back in Yuan's room, Xiao Hua suddenly asked him, Brother Yuan, when do you plan on leaving this place? Yuan had a dumbfounded look on his face when he heard Xiao Hua's question. Now that you mention it, we've been here for a while. The Nameless Emperor's tomb should have been sealed shut by now. I wonder whether we'll emerge within the tomb or find ourselves outside when we depart from this location. Anyways, we'll see if there's anything else for us to do here. If not, we'll make our way back. The following day, she merely knocked on Yuan's room again. Yuan, my parents would like to speak with you whenever you're free. I would also like to speak with them. Let's go now. Yuan said. Okay. Sometime later, she merely brought Yuan to her parents. Yuan, I scoured the entire library yesterday, but I couldn't uncover any additional information about the individual who might have possessed the same ability as yours. It simply mentioned the existence of such a person in ancient times and nothing more, Shi Mingze reported. I see. Thank you for trying anyway. Yuan said. C1236 The War Between Humans and Dragons. Chapter 1236 The War Between Humans and Dragons 1236 The War Between Humans and Dragons, ahem. Shi Xingmo cleared his throat and began speaking of your unique ability. I know my wife already warned you, but I will warn you again. You must never let anyone know of your ability to command all beasts under heaven. Hell, even if you can only control half of the beasts out there, you will still be deemed a threat to beasts and be hunted by them from all over the world. I cannot stress how important it is that you keep that knowledge yourself, especially since my daughter will be following you from now on. Yuan nodded and spoke as he pounded on his chest. Don't worry, I won't let anyone that I want trust with my life know about it, and I won't even think about using it unless it's a life or death situation. As for your daughter, I will keep her safe even at the cost of my own life. She merely blushed after hearing his words, and she quickly responded, and I will do my best to keep out of trouble so you won't have to do that. Now then. There's one more thing I would like to tell you, Yuan. Xinghua said. Although we cannot tell you any more about this man from ancient times, I know where you may be able to acquire such information. In the fourth heaven, there exists a place called the Pavilion of Knowledge that is managed by the Xian family. They are of the dragon race and were great friends to my father. In fact, they used to work for him. Let them know that I sent you. The Xian family, correct? I will definitely look for them once I enter the fourth heaven. Good, because the Xian family specializes in record keeping and has vast knowledge when it comes to the world of beasts. If anyone knows about a man who can command beasts, it'll be them. You'll be leaving soon, right? Xinghua suddenly said, deducting his plans before he even uttered a word about it. Yuan nodded. Yes, I came here by accident again, so I still have some unfinished business back in the third heaven. If there's no need for my presence here, I will leave. As much as I want to keep you here to be my sparring partner, I will have to wait for the next time you accidentally return to the ancient dragon city. Xinghua chuckled. Yuan also laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. In fact, I have a feeling that I will return here again. Even if I don't, I will make sure to visit when I have the time. If you ever desire to return to this place of your own accord, you can do so in the sixth heaven, where the gateway to this realm is concealed, Xinghua suddenly revealed. I may not be certain of the exact location of the gateway, but it will be situated in a domain where the influence of dragons holds sway, Xinghua elaborated. The sixth heaven? That's quite far away. Yuan mumbled to himself. Maybe to others, but knowing you, it won't take longer than 10 years for you to climb that far. Xinghua smiled. Anyways, before you leave, I would like to throw a banquet. Do you think you can stay until then? It will only take a few days to prepare. Xinghua continued. I can do that. Yuan nodded. Excellent. Then I will immediately start the preparations. In the meantime, do you think I can use your library? Yuan asked. Of course. You're essentially part of the family now, so you can treat this place as if it's your own home. Xinghua smiled. Thank you. Xinghua turned to look at Ximeli and said to her, since you'll be leaving soon, you should start packing your things. I know. I already started. You seem eager to leave. Xinghua sighed. Obviously. I have spent too much time in this small world already. If you'd spent too much time, what about me? I've spent over 1,000,000 years in here. Xinghua shook his head. If you don't like it here, why don't you just leave? Are you still worried about the humans outside? Ximeli asked. Hardly. I am staying here because it's my duty as its ruler. The people here need me, now more than ever. However, if the day that I am no longer needed in this world, I will leave. Father. Ximeli admired his selflessness. If she was in his shoes, she wasn't sure if she'd be able to sacrifice herself for the people. Sometime later, Yuan went to notify Xiao Hua and the others that they would be leaving after the banquet and that he would spend the next several days in the library. Thus, for the next few days, Yuan devoted himself entirely to the library, immersing himself in the pursuit of knowledge. While the majority of the library's collection pertained to the Shi family and their history, there were also texts that chronicled the historical conflict between humans and dragons. The conflict started shortly after dragon goddess Yeyou met the immortal monarch, Tian. According to the texts, after the demons were defeated by the divine paragon, humanity desperately needed to rebuild its strength. Although the knowledge that dragon blood benefited humans greatly even before the demons appeared existed, not many people actually went out of their way to hunt dragons. Yet, a dramatic shift occurred when desperation gripped humanity. In their pursuit of survival and strength, humans began hunting dragons en masse, driven by the desperate quest to obtain their precious blood. Although blood from other non-dragon creatures also conferred benefits upon humans, it paled in comparison to the potency of dragon blood, a synergy that seemed ordained by the heavens themselves. Naturally, given the gravity of the crisis, rectifying this dire situation became the foremost priority for Tian. It was this endeavor that catapulted his name into the limelight and marked the inception of his enduring legacy. Regrettably, the historical records in Yuan's grasp remained silent on the conclusion of the conflict and omitted any reference to Tian, as the Shi family and many other dragons had ventured into the ancient dragon city long before a conclusive end was reached and Tian's name was spread. C1237 Proclamation of Marriage. Chapter 1237 Proclamation of Marriage. 1237 Proclamation of Marriage. After spending several days in the Shi family's library, Yuan gleaned a profound understanding of why the Shi family and other dragons had sought refuge within the ancient dragon city. He uncovered accounts of the heinous atrocities and excruciating suffering inflicted upon dragons by humans, delving into the sweeping conflict that had engulfed the entirety of the divine heavens in a war between humans and dragons. Unfortunately, he could not find anything about the immortal monarch besides a brief mention of him, just as Xianxia had said. Yuan departed from the library once he was satisfied with his research, and almost as if she had anticipated his exit, she merely appeared at the far end of the hallway at the same time, steadily making her way toward him. Excellent timing. I was actually searching for you to let you know that the banquet has been arranged, she merely called out to him from across the hallway as soon as she spotted him. Yuan nodded and responded with a smile, perfect timing indeed. I am starving. Hold on. You're back to your normal appearance, Yuan. Looks like the transformation was temporary, after all. She merely said. Would you have preferred that it was permanent? Yuan asked in a joking manner. She merely chuckled. As handsome as you were in your dragon form, I actually prefer your human appearance. There's just something about it that's very attractive, at least it is to me. Anyways, follow me. Everyone is already at the banquet. After a short while, Yuan and she merely arrived at the designated banquet location, which had been arranged in the front courtyard of the palace. There's a lot more people here than I anticipated. Yuan was surprised by the crowd there. I also thought it was a private banquet for us, but that wasn't the case. My parents invited pretty much all of their friends and whatnot. Not sure why, though. She merely said. When Xianxia noticed them, she quickly approached them. What do you think? She asked Yuan. A little grander than I anticipated, he said with a smile. I had initially planned for a private banquet, but upon further consideration, I've chosen to make it public. This gathering is to commemorate your remarkable accomplishments and also serves as a farewell celebration for Meili, Xianxia explained with a warm smile. I see, follow me. I'll introduce you to everyone. Xianxia suddenly grabbed Yuan's hand and guided him towards a platform. Once they were standing on the platform, Xianxia cleared her throat loudly, her voice rippling throughout the entire courtyard. The thousands of guests there halted whatever they were doing and turned their attention to her. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to our banquet despite the short notice and the evolving situation after our recent incident with the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family. I would like to take a moment to introduce you to the hero of our city, Yuan. Xianxia introduced him to everyone. Everyone immediately started cheering, causing the area to tremble with excitement. Yuan's name had permeated every corner of the ancient dragon city and beyond after the resolution of the conflict. Despite wanting to remain low-key, the sheer magnitude of his achievements made it impossible to evade the spotlight. His actions left an indelible mark, and the tales of his accomplishments will be woven into the fabric of the cities and their histories. The people learned of his unparalleled bravery during the conflict, and they marveled at the depths of his prowess that had thwarted the Azure Dragon family and the Emerald Dragon family's audacious schemes to challenge the Shi family's authority pretty much by himself. Once the cheering eventually calmed down, Xianxia continued, as you all know by now, if he hadn't stepped in to stop the Azure Dragon family and ended the war before it even began, our city would have suffered irreparable damage, and thousands would have died. Xianxia proceeded to speak of the incident for a bit before changing the subject. Now, as we gather to commemorate Yuan's extraordinary feats, I stand before you with yet another proclamation. My daughter, Xianxia, has chosen to walk alongside him, so he is no longer just a guest, but now an integral and cherished member of the Xi family, Xianxia's mother declared, her words resonating with deep significance and profound emotion. This announcement, essentially a proclamation of marriage between Yuan and Xianxia, sent ripples of astonishment cascading through the gathered guests, leaving them profoundly taken aback. Despite the enormity of Yuan's accomplishments, no one there had anticipated that the Xi family would allow a human to become part of their lineage, let alone entrust their precious daughter to him. The revelation had defied all expectations and left the assembly deeply stunned. Mother. Did you really have to announce that to everyone? Xianxia's face was flushed with redness. Xianxia merely responded to her with a profound smile. Since Yuan would be leaving the ancient dragon city soon, she wanted to make sure that nobody would have any funny ideas once he left. The announcement of Yuan's integration into their family served as both a statement of their bond and a stern warning to those with ill intentions, making it abundantly clear that they'd have to deal with him if they were ever to mess with the Xi family. When the guests snapped out of their shock, they started cheering for them. "See, congratulations, Princess Xi. Congratulations, Yuan." Someone there suddenly cheered. "I extend my heartfelt well wishes for your future together, Princess Xi and Yuan." Another guest chimed in, offering their blessings to the couple. "We're not even in that kind of relationship, yet." Xianxia cried inwardly, and she could feel her entire face smoking from embarrassment. As for Yuan, he could only stand there with a stiff smile on his face. Xianxia gave his own speech shortly after. Eventually, the banquet began, and Yuan immediately started stuffing his face with food. Perhaps it was because of his transformation, but had never felt hungrier before. Heavens! Despite being a human, his appetite definitely wouldn't lose to any of us. The guests were baffled by Yuan's ability to eat, and not wanting to lose to him, they also started stuffing their faces with food. Follow current novels on Top Novel Full. CM. C1238 Furious Dragon. Chapter 1238 Furious Dragon. 1238 Furious Dragon. The banquet lasted for several days, and during this time, Yuan stuffed his face with very few short breaks in between. "It's like you have never eaten before." Shimurong was astonished by Yuan's bottomless appetite as the food on their table disappeared faster than it could be replenished. "I think it's due to my transformation. I might have used a little too much energy," Yuan said. "That's only natural since we consume more energy when we are transformed. It might even be worse for you since you are a human," Xianxia said. "Speaking of transformation, it seems you've finally returned to your original form. What a pity. I really liked your dragon appearance." Xianxia sighed. "Can you transform again if you want to?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "I don't know. I haven't tried to yet." Yuan shook his head. "Just like your dragon's authority, I believe it's worth delving into. If you can transform at will, it could become a valuable technique to have up your sleeve in emergencies," Xianxia said. "I will." He nodded. "So, what will you be doing after you return to the outside world?" Xianxia asked him sometime later. "I'm not exactly sure yet, but I do have some unfinished business. After that, I'll probably start preparing to enter the fourth heaven." "And to think you were still in the lower heaven only a year ago." Xianxia sighed in awe. Once the banquet was over, Yuan returned to his room to rest for the day. Meanwhile, Xianxia called for Xianxia's presence. "Why are we in the treasury, father?" Xianxia asked him. Xianxia didn't respond to her and led her to the most secure and deepest part of the treasury, where a certain weapon was resting. "Dragon Soul?" Xianxia mumbled the name of the weapon when she saw it. "As you're already aware, the Dragon Soul is the treasured legacy of our family, an inheritance that has traversed generations. Today, I shall entrust this cherished legacy to you, to accompany you on your journey, Shi Xingma declared solemnly, his words carrying the weight of generations past and future. Huh? Shi Mei's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing this. And she quickly said, but it doesn't even respond to me. It'll only be wasted on me. You should keep it here in case someone who can wield is it born. Shi Mingzi, who was there with them, spoke. When I wielded the dragon's soul during my spar with Yuan, it had a reaction, almost as though it was trying to wake up. I thought I was just imagining it at that time, but now, I believe it was reacting to Yuan's presence. Shi Mei pondered her words and spoke a moment later. Now that you mention it, the dragon's soul had a reaction when I used it, and Yuan was nearby. Anyways, if the dragon's soul is reacting to Yuan, why are you giving it to me? He should be the one to receive it, not me. I am entrusting it to you instead of Yuan because I swore upon my soul that I would not give it to someone who is not part of the family, as much as I want to do so, and he is not officially part of the family even if we recognize him as family. However, you never made such a pact, so you can hand it to him without worrying about your soul shattering. I see. Shi Mei finally understood the situation. Of course, we have something else for you. Shi Mingzi smiled. She proceeded to retrieve another spear and offered it to Shi Mei. Mother, this is. Shi Mei nearly gasped in shock after seeing the weapon in her mother's grasp. Indeed, this is Furious Dragon, my own personal weapon. It was given to me by your father after our marriage, but I barely got to use it. So, instead of letting it rot in storage, I have decided to give it to you, with your father's approval, of course. Are you sure, Mother? Shi Mei swallowed nervously, her hesitation as clear as day. Take it. I prefer using my hands, anyway. Shi Mingzi chuckled. Shi Mei turned to look at Shi Xingma, who nodded his head in approval. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Father. Shi Mei accepted the spear with a bright smile on her face. It may not be a soul weapon like the dragon's soul, but it's a mythic-grade spiritual treasure nonetheless, and it was forged by the renowned Hua dragon family. You may not be familiar with their name, as they chose to remain outside this world, but they were a famous family of blacksmiths back in the day, and it was an honor to have something crafted by them even for those with royal bloodlines. Shi Xingma explained. Soul weapon or not, I will treasure it. Shi Mei said as she caressed the spear lovingly. Don't forget this one. Shi Xingma said as he handed her the dragon's soul. Shi Mei nodded and stored both spears in her spatial ring shortly after. Take this one, too. It has some essentials for your journey, such as medicine and cultivation resources. Shi Mingzi handed a different spatial ring to her. Shi Mei accepted the spatial ring with a solemn expression, and she said, this feels really weird. I never thought I would actually leave this place. Shi Mingzi suddenly hugged her and said, this is your first step to becoming independent, your first step towards the unknown. It's only natural that you feel a little nervous. It's not too late to change your mind. Shi Xingma said in a somewhat joking tone. No, I won't. Just as Mother said, I am a little nervous about leaving you guys, but I am also very excited to explore the unknown. And it's not like I will be doing this by myself. I will have Yuan and the others by my side. Shi Mei said with a resolute expression on her face. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. C1239 Returning to the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. Chapter 1239 Returning to the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. 1239 Returning to the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. Where do you think you are going, Yanyu? A cold voice resounded as Tian Yanyu tried to sneak outside her home. When she realized that she had been spotted, Tian Yanyu turned around to face Tian Suyin, her mother. I have waited long enough. I am going back to the Nameless Emperor's tomb to look for Xiaoyang. Tian Yanyu declared in a stern voice. It has been several days since the Nameless Emperor's tomb sealed itself shut. After departing from the tomb, Tian Yanyu and Tian Suyin immediately returned home, just as they planned with Yuan before they went their separate ways. Tian Yanyu had hoped Yuan would return swiftly, but as days went by without a sign of him, worry began to gnaw at her, so much so that she hadn't been able to sleep or eat since her own return, consumed by anxiety over his whereabouts and well-being. What do you hope to accomplish by returning to that place? When the Nameless Emperor's tomb closed, everyone inside was forced to leave. If he hasn't returned by now, there could only be two possibilities. He's either dead, or he's alive and decided to leave without saying a word. Tian Suyin shook her head. He's not dead. He cannot be dead. Tian Yanyu refused to believe such a thing. If he's not dead, then he's purposefully avoiding us. In the first place, we don't know his true intentions, why he approached us. I wouldn't be surprised if he used us. And why would he do something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Tian Yanyu exclaimed. How would I know? Just forget about him, Yanyu. You cannot wait for him forever. You're wrong. Xiao Yang wouldn't just abandon us like that. There must be a valid reason for his absence, maybe even something keeping him trapped inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Tian Yanyu vehemently argued, clinging to her refusal to accept that Yuan had simply deserted them. What kind of nonsense is that? No one can stay inside the tomb once it seals shut. Even if he were trapped in there, what could we possibly do except wait for it to reopen in 7 years? Tian Suyin retorted, her skepticism undeterred by Tian Yanyu's hopeful perspective. That's... Tian Yanyu fell into a speechless silence, unable to counter Tian Suyin's straightforward logic. Humph. And without saying anything else, Tian Yanyu ran back to her room. Tian Suyin, though deeply concerned for her daughter, recognized the limitations of choices she had in this kind of situation. Drawing upon her own experiences, she understood that even the most gifted cultivators were not immune to death, and attempting to bite off more than one could chew often led to perilous consequences. I'm sure she'll calm down and come to accept the situation when enough time passes. Tian Xianzu materialized seemingly from nowhere, offering his perspective. Tian Suyin couldn't help but express her concerns, sighing deeply. But how long will that take? I'm not sure I can endure several years of perpetual headaches. We must be patient, just like our ancestors, who waited decades for Tian Xinyu to sort his emotions. Tian Xianzu said with a profound smile. Meanwhile, outside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Hey, why the hell are we still standing around here like some dumbass? Jianghu glared at Xiong Lu in a pissed-off manner. I didn't see Yuan come out of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Xiong Lu said. Then you either missed him or he's dead. There's no way for anyone to remain inside the tomb once it seals its doors shut. Him? Dead? No way. Xiong Lu immediately disregarded such a possibility. And he continued, just wait a few more days. If he doesn't show up after that, well, give up for now. What a waste of time. Zhao Hui sneered as he sat on the ground and began cultivating in silence. The day after the banquet, Yuan and the Shi family gathered at the portal outside Ancient Dragon City, the same one that he came from. Once again, I want to extend my sincere thanks for everything you've done for our family and our city, Yuan. Your presence during this time has been an immeasurable blessing. Shi Mingzi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yuan, her words filled with deep appreciation. She turned to look at Shi Meili, who was nervously standing beside him, and continued, don't cause too much trouble for him, you hear? Why would you assume that I am going to cause trouble? Shi Meili said with a cute angry face. Because you're my daughter. Shi Mingzi smiled confidently. Please, take care of our daughter, Yuan. Shi Xingma then said. Yuan nodded solemnly, assuring Shi Mingzi, rest assured, they'll do everything in my power to ensure her safety. Good luck, boss. And see you next time. Shi Murong also said his goodbyes. Best of luck to you and your training, as well. They would continue to exchange farewells for several more minutes before Shi Xingma started activating the portal. The next moment, Xiao Hua and the others seamlessly entered Yuan's body, prompting a puzzled expression from Shi Meili. She couldn't help but inquire, how did you manage to do that? How did you guys do that? She merely had a puzzled look on her face. Feng Yuxiang explained, we have the privilege of residing within his body as his servants. Unless you also choose to become his servant, you'll have to stay outside. Really? Is it even comfortable in there? Very. She merely seriously began pondering about becoming Yuan's servant just so she could experience going inside his body like the others. However, before she could come to a conclusion, the portal activated, teleporting them away. Stay safe, you all. Xianxia mumbled in a low voice afterward. Meanwhile, Yuan and she merely found themselves transported into an empty room. Looks like we're still inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan said as he recognized the room to be the same one he used to teleport to Ancient Dragon City. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1240 Master of the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. Chapter 1240 Master of the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. 1240 Master of the Nameless Emperor's Tomb. So, this is what it's like outside, huh? The air and everything just feels so different, she merely remarked casually as she and Yuan exited Ancient Dragon City. She took a deep breath, savoring the change in atmosphere. Well, we're not exactly outside yet, since we are still within the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan said. As they left the portal platform, a notification appeared before Yuan. A real-time projection of she merely appeared the next moment, causing Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Since when did I become the master of this place? He wondered inwardly. Naturally, he refused to kick she merely out of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Do you want to look around before we leave? Yuan asked she merely, who immediately nodded her head. Alright, give me a minute to figure something out. You can look around this building in the meantime. Sure. As she merely wandered the building, Yuan began trying to figure out what he could do as the master of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. A menu with multiple options showed up when he tried to sense his connection with the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Map, NPC, Treasures, Trials, Other. When he tapped on the Map option, the entirety of the Nameless Emperor's tomb showed up on a massive map, and on this map marked all of the available trials within the tomb, as well as all of the hidden treasures and traps. There's a lot more to this place than I thought. Why did I even make such a place? Surely, it wasn't prepared just for me, as there are trials and treasures that won't benefit me. When he tapped on a location map, another notification appeared before him. Oh, this is really convenient, especially for exploration. Next, he opened up the Treasures option, and just as its name suggested, it listed all treasures in the Nameless Emperor's tomb, including those that weren't available at the moment, such as treasures that have yet to spawn, as well as treasures that would only appear if certain conditions are met. There were hundreds of thousands of treasures available, and when Yuan tapped on a random treasure, a new notification appeared. Out of curiosity, Yuan retrieved the treasure. The treasure materialized right in front of him the next moment. Yuan was speechless. Having unrestricted access to all the treasures concealed within the Nameless Emperor's tomb was a game-changer of epic proportions. If word got out to the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive people into a frenzy. After all, while most had to risk life and limb to lay hands on something valuable, Yuan could simply obtain it with a mere whim. Unfortunately, most of these treasures were useless for him. There were some decently valuable resources, but he didn't really need them at the moment, as he wouldn't be able to transcend Spirit King without evolving his physique. Yuan proceeded to sort the treasures from the rarest to the most common. The highest grade of equipment available was ancient grade, and there were only 6 of them left. Although I won't have any use for them, I can sell them for some money. Yuan remembered how poor he was in terms of currency and decided to snatch the ancient grade treasures to sell later. He also retrieved a bunch of cultivation resources and some divine grade treasures, but he had no intentions of selling those, as he planned on giving them to his friends. He thought about giving the ancient grade treasures, but they were simply too powerful and had extremely high stat requirements that would require them years of cultivating to meet. Since these are technically mine, there shouldn't be any problems if I take some. Yuan thought to himself as he stored the treasures in a separate spatial ring. He looked at the trials option next, and as expected, it showed all of the available trials in the Nameless Emperor's tomb, as well as their intricacies. Next, he peeked into NPC, which listed all of the NPCs that assisted the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Yuan noticed Jin Zai's name at the very top of this list, and his immediate response was to try and summon her. However, Yuan quickly stopped himself and decided against summoning Jin Shi, as he did not want to ruin the last moments he had with her. There were other NPCs, but they were just generic individuals created only for the purpose of their specific trials. Monsters were also categorized as NPCs. Yuan looked into Other next. With this option, he could basically change anything he wanted about the Nameless Emperor's tomb. He could shift mountains and rivers, breathe life into existence, and erase anything he chose. In this world, he was literally God. He also realized that he could bring the Nameless Emperor's tomb with him on his journey if he desired. There was so much he could do with the Nameless Emperor's tomb, but Yuan decided to keep everything the same, as it was intended by his incarnation. Sometime later, she merely returned to the room. "What kind of scenery do you want to see?" Yuan suddenly asked her. She merely pondered for a moment before responding, "Would like to see an ocean." Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to teleport them to an area in the Nameless Emperor's tomb that had the best-looking ocean scenery. What just happened? Shi Meili was greatly surprised by what he had just done. As the owner of this place, I can teleport us anywhere I want within this world, he causally explained. What exactly is this place? The Nameless Emperor's tomb. It was created by my incarnation. You're what? Shi Meili looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan then said with a serious expression, "Since you'll be following me, I think it's only right to tell you a little more about me." Shi Meili swallowed nervously after sensing the change in atmosphere, and she had never seen Yuan so serious before. Go ahead, this might sound crazy but... Yuan proceeded to tell her about his true identity, how he was the reincarnation of several prominent figures in the 9 heavens and that he was in the process of regaining their memories. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com. C1241 An Unexpected Transformation. Chapter 1241 An Unexpected Transformation. 1241 An Unexpected Transformation. As Shi Meili listened to Yuan's ridiculous story of his reincarnation, her eyes would grow larger and larger until they could no longer physically widen anymore. However, as crazy as he sounded, Shi Meili believed in every word that came out of his mouth without thinking for a moment that he was messing with her. Many minutes later, Yuan ended his story. That's the truth about my identity. After moments of silence, Shi Meili mumbled in an excited voice, I knew you were special when I first saw you, Yuan, but I didn't think you would be this special. Now everything makes sense, at least a little more sense. Sorry for keeping this a secret until now. I won't blame you if you no longer want to follow me. Yuan suddenly said with a solemn look on his face. Huh? Why would I want to leave you? I don't care if you're the evil god or whatever, I don't even know any of them. What made me follow you was you, Yuan, and unless you're magically going to change into a different person, this new information doesn't change anything for me. Thank you, anyway, I have to admit, while your various incarnations don't particularly mean anything to me, Shi Meili admitted, her curiosity piqued only slightly. But this immortal monarch, he does catch my attention. If the dragon blood my family's been using for generations is actually tied to dragon goddess Yeyou, not the dragon ancestor we always believed, I can't help but wonder about the connection our ancestors had with her, she mused. Since she was born and grew up in the ancient dragon city, Shi Meili had never heard of the evil god or the divine paragon, so those names meant next to nothing to her. But when it came to the immortal monarch, who was also known as the monarch of beasts, she couldn't help but be a tad more curious. I only have a fragment of dragon goddess Yu's memories, so I cannot answer your question. As for the immortal monarch's memories, I am still waiting for them to return. Yuan said. How do your memories return? Does it just return randomly, or is there a certain trigger? It's mostly random, but there were times that I had to collect my memories. Kind of like a treasure hunt. He shrugged. With her inquiries satisfied, she merely shifted her attention to the vast expanse of the glistening ocean that extended endlessly before her, its beauty captivating her gaze as it stretched toward the distant horizon. What do you think? Yuan asked her sometime later. It's beautiful and unique. While there are artificial ponds and even lakes in the ancient dragon city, this is my first time seeing something of this scale. If there's anything else that you want to see, I can take you there. Yuan then said. I would like to see mountains next. All right. Yuan teleported them directly in front of a mountain range a moment later. Wow, they look so different compared to the ones in ancient Dragon City. They're so much taller and majestic. Over the next several hours, Yuan would take Xianxia around the Nameless Emperor's tomb, satisfying her desire to explore to her heart's content. Once she was satisfied, Xianxia requested to return to their first scenery by the ocean. Yuan complied, and the next moment, they returned to their original spot. If the world in this place is already so beautiful, I cannot wait to see what the real world has in store for me. Xianxia spoke with a smile. Are you ready to leave? Yuan then asked. Just one more thing. Xianxia proceeded to retrieve a familiar-looking spear and extended it towards Yuan, seemingly offering it to him. Isn't this the dragon's soul? You brought it with you? Yuan recognized the soul weapon at a glance. Yes, my father gave it to me. Now, I am giving it to you. Huh? Isn't this your family's heirloom? I cannot accept it, especially when your parents gave it to you. Yuan immediately refused to accept the dragon's soul. Xianxia proceeded to explain, while father did give it to me, he had no choice but to do so because he made a pact that he could only pass it down to a family member. He wanted to pass it down to you, but since you're not officially part of the family, he couldn't do so without risking his soul. However, I didn't make such a pact, hence why he gave it to me, so I could hand it to you. Xianxia pushed the dragon's soul closer to him. Even if you say that. The dragon's soul is a soul weapon. Unless it accepts me as its master, I won't be able to use it. You won't know until you give it a shot, Xianxia said, wearing a confident smile on her beautiful face. If you say so, Yuan eventually accepted the dragon's soul. As his fingers closed around the spear's handle, he sensed a surge from within, an immense power stirring, as if eager to awaken. Without any hesitation, Yuan offered his blood to the dragon's soul, which greedily absorbed it without delay. The dragon's soul began to tremble, and the dragon around it suddenly began to move as though it was alive. Before long, the dragon's soul, which had initially appeared rather ordinary, underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a stunningly beautiful spear. As the transformation reached its end, the dragon's soul unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar, a sound so deafening that it resonated throughout the entirety of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Yuan felt an uncanny sense of familiarity wash over him, as if he had encountered this very sound in some distant memory. His gaze locked onto the transformed dragon's soul with a look of disbelief, and he mumbled in a dazed tone, "Dragon Goddess Yeyou?" In response to Yuan's utterance, the dragon's soul emitted a brilliant, golden radiance. A moment later, the dragon's soul vanished from Yuan's grasp, and a tall figure materialized before him. It's truly you. Yuan swallowed nervously as he stared at Dragon Goddess Yu's ethereal face. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1242 Dragon Goddess Yeyou's Soul. Chapter 1242 Dragon Goddess Yu's Soul. 1242 Dragon Goddess Yu's Soul. Yuan found himself profoundly shaken as Dragon Goddess Yeyou materialized before him, emerging from thin air. Yet, as he snapped out of his daze and observed her form more closely, he noticed that she appeared semi-transparent as if she were not but a ghost, an illusion. Dragon Goddess Yeyou? Why are you? Yuan tried calling out to her, only to halt abruptly as a mysterious furrow formed on her brow, seemingly displeased about something. Suddenly, without any further explanation, Dragon Goddess Yeyou disappeared like a cloud of smoke, and the dragon's soul reappeared in Yuan's grasp. Dragon's soul, level 0, rank soul weapon, growth rate, fast, requirement. Description: a beautiful golden spear with an unknown origin. It is shrouded with a mysterious aura that will render all spiritual energy useless. Partially. Yuan wondered inwardly. What in heaven's name was that about? Who was that beauty just now? She merely exclaimed a moment later, her voice tinged with bewilderment and astonishment. That person was Dragon Goddess Yeyou. Yuan responded. What? That was Dragon Goddess Yeyou? She merely became even more shocked after learning of this information. So the dragon's soul is actually related to Dragon Goddess Yeyou. No wonder why it reacted to you, who is the reincarnation of the immortal monarch. She merely said. Do you have any idea why or how Dragon Goddess Yeyou showed up just now? Yuan asked a moment later. Unfortunately, I have never seen or heard of anything like this before. She merely shook her head. I have. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded. Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised and eagerly awaited her explanation. While soul weapons may attain a form of consciousness, they can never become a real soul on their own. However, they do possess the capacity to house another soul, should someone choose to bestow one within. Although I cannot state this with absolute certainty, it is conceivable that Dragon Goddess Yu's very soul may have been placed within this soul weapon, and what you witnessed moments ago could have been a manifestation of her soul, Xiao Hua explained. Yuan swallowed nervously at the notion that Dragon Goddess Yu's soul could be resting within the dragon's soul. If she is really inside the dragon's soul, is there any way to bring her out? Yuan then asked. Even if there is a way to do so, it wouldn't be a good idea. Xiao Hua said while shaking her head. After all, she is only a soul without her body at this moment. If you bring her out of the soul weapon in her state, her soul will definitely disappear, or worse, be destroyed. Hearing this, Yuan felt helpless. Is there really no way to help her? He sighed. As Xiao Hua said, we don't know if it really contains Dragon Goddess Yu's soul. What happened just now could be an entirely different matter. She merely suddenly said. For now, we should try to learn more about the soul weapon before we start trying things. Yuan nodded. You're right. I shouldn't be so impatient. If it really contains Dragon Goddess Yu's soul, I'm sure we'll figure out how to bring her out safely, if that's even what she desires. Sometime later, Yuan stored the dragon's soul inside his body alongside Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss. So, are we ready to leave now? Yuan asked Shimeli, who quickly nodded. Wait. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded. What's the matter? Yuan asked. We're fine right now because we're still inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, but once we go outside, Shimeli's cultivation will be too high for the third heaven, and she might be forced to ascend. Feng Yuxiang reminded him that only those below Spirit Emperor could remain in the third heaven, and Shimeli was a Spirit Emperor. You're right. I completely forgot about this rule. Yuan face-bombed. There's an easy fix to that. I can simply restrict my cultivation to Spirit King. Shimeli closed her eyes and began suppressing her cultivation base until it reached the peak of Spirit King, just like Yuan. Will that really work? Yuan wondered out loud. It should, as long as she doesn't cause a scene in the third heaven. Feng Yuxiang said. I won't do anything like that. I promise. Shimeli swore with a smile. Sometime later, Yuan teleported them outside the Nameless Emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, outside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Zhao Wei's eyebrows twitched when he sensed two unfamiliar presences appearing nearby. He stopped cultivating and stood up. Hey, I sensed two presences outside the tomb, and they appeared out of thin air, just like those people who had already left the Nameless Emperor's tomb, he said, notifying Xionglu. It must be him. Xionglu clenched his fist in anticipation as he turned to look at the entrance of the Nameless Emperor's tomb, and sure enough, there were now two individuals who weren't there just moments ago, a young man and a young woman. Xionglu focused on the young man, and a wide smile appeared on his face when he recognized Yuan's face. It's really him. That's him. Xionglu confirmed for Jiahui. I finally have a chance to beat him up. Xionglu immediately started walking towards Yuan, but he was quickly stopped by Jiahui. They're both peak spirit kings. You won't even be able to hurt one of them, much less defeat them. Jiahui warned him. What? Peak spirit king? That means he's at the same cultivation level as you. How's that possible? Xionglu was shocked to learn that Yuan had already reached peak spirit king while he was only a first-level spirit lord. Fuck. Just as I thought we could mess with him. Xionglu cursed. What are you talking about, you idiot? I don't know how they managed to achieve peak spirit king at that age in this realm, but they're still too young and inexperienced. I won't lose to them even if I have to fight both of them at once. Jiahui showed a cold smile on his face, and he stared at Yuan like a hunter before its prey. Stay here and watch how this expert deals with them. It won't take long, either. Jiahui proceeded to leave Xionglu behind as he started walking in Yuan's direction with a confident aura around him. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1243 A Common Thief. Chapter 1243 A Common Thief 1243 A Common Thief. Shortly after they exited from the Nameless Emperor's tomb, Yuan could sense two individuals watching them from a distance. One of them had the cultivation of first-level spirit lord while the other one exuded the presence of a peak spirit king. Furthermore, the peak spirit king had a unique aura that felt oddly familiar to Yuan. However, Yuan didn't pay too much attention to them, at least not until the peak spirit king started approaching them with an aggressive look on his face. We have company, Yuan said to Shimeli, who was absorbed by the Nameless Emperor's tomb's entrance. They turned their attention to the approaching figure and saw Jiahui strolling toward them, his posture slightly hunched. He was a tall, somewhat skinny man with long, messy black hair. His violet eyes had a sharp and slightly menacing look, almost like that of a troublemaker. In fact, his clothes seemed similar to what a bandit might wear. He seems like trouble, Shimeli muttered as she caught sight of him. Yuan nodded and said, he may appear as a spirit king, but he possesses power that surpasses it. Besides a few individuals I've met in the Nameless Emperor's tomb, I've never seen a spirit king as powerful as him, and those few individuals came from the upper heavens. So he's from the upper heavens? What do you suppose he wants from us? Surely, he's not going to ask us for directions. Brother Yuan, that man is an exile. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded. What? An exile? No wonder why his aura seems so familiar. What's an exile? Shimeli asked. I'll explain it after this, Yuan said. What do you think he wants from us? He proceeded to ask Xiao Hua. I don't know. Perhaps he can sense you. Yuan suggested that Jiahui was actually here for Xiao Hua. No, that's not possible. Xiao Hua immediately rejected such a possibility. Then let's just wait and see what he wants. Xiao Hua, stay hidden for now. Once Jiahui was close enough, Yuan asked him, how can we help you? Jiahui halted in front of Yuan and silently stood there, looking disinterested, as though he regarded them with the same indifference one might reserve for ants. Receiving no response from Jiahui, Yuan continued, if you're not inclined to speak, then, mid-sentence, Jiahui abruptly sprang into action, thrusting his claw-like hand directly toward Yuan's throat with the intention to kill. Jiahui's lightning-fast movement caught Shimeli off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the sneak attack by tilting his body to the side, narrowly dodging it. In that suspended moment, time seemed to stand still as everyone tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Oh. You managed to dodge that? You're a little better than I thought. Jiahui spoke with a slightly surprised look on his face. How dare you? When she snapped out of her daze, Shimeli angrily threw a punch at Jiahui. And while she was angry at Jiahui for attacking Yuan, she was more angry at herself for not being able to react to it, as their journey could have ended before it even started right there and then. Whoa! Xiao Hua exclaimed in a playful manner right as he dodged Shimei's strike, even doing so with ease. What? Shimei was surprised to see this, and she prepared to chase after him. However, she was stopped when Yuan grabbed her arm. Wait, he said to her in a calm voice. But he just tried to kill you. I know, but you won't be able to defeat him. As an exile, he's definitely much older and more experienced than he appears. Also, you promised that you wouldn't cause a scene, right? Shimei gritted her teeth in frustration, but she couldn't argue with him. It was clear that Xiao Hua was a formidable opponent, one that required her to unleash her full strength to deal with. Yet, even with all of her strength, she might not be able to defeat him. Father wasn't joking. The outside world is so much more dangerous, she sighed inwardly. So you know that I am an exile. Xiao Hua was quite surprised when he heard Yuan's words. And he continued, do you also have one by your side? It would make sense why you have such a high cultivation if that's the case. However, I don't see them. Where are they? Don't tell me that they're already dead. I don't see how that is any of your business. Now Yuan was certain that he didn't approach him because of Xiao Hua. What a pity. If that exile was still by your side, I would have killed them myself. Xiao Hua sighed in a regrettable manner. Yuan frowned at his words and asked, why would you want to kill a fellow exile? Why, you ask? Did your exile not tell you anything? As exiles, we race each other to the supreme heavens for our freedom, and there can only be one winner for each race. In other words, we're rivals. Just because we're fellow exiles doesn't make us companions. Xiao Hua sneered. Of course, Yuan knew the purpose of the supreme heaven's legacy. However, he didn't expect exiles to hunt each other as well. I think I've grasped the situation, Yuan suddenly stated with a discerning tone. If you didn't approach us due to my association with an exile, then it's likely you're carrying out the orders of your elusive master, the one who's been lurking in the shadows all this while. Master. Ahahaha. Xiao Hua burst out laughing. While it's true that I need that weakling to finish the supreme heaven's legacy, it doesn't mean I obey his orders. I approached you because I heard that you had some good treasures on you, not because he told me to. So you're nothing more than a common thief? I was expecting more of you since you're in exile. How disappointing, Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Just a common thief. How dare you? Xiao Hua's body quivered with anger, stung by Yuan's words. Before I became an exile, I was infamous as the harbinger of agony, and just the mere utter of my name would send shivers across the entirety of the 9 heavens. Xiao Hua declared with a hint of pride before continuing in a grim voice, now, I shall teach you the meaning of agony. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. C1244 A Growing Sense of Purposelessness. Chapter 1244 A Growing Sense of Purposelessness 1244 A Growing Sense of Purposelessness, Harbinger of Agony, huh? Even if you were once the most renowned thief in history, what can you achieve in your present condition? Yuan taunted with a sneer. Ha ha ha. Just because my cultivation is currently sealed doesn't mean I have lost all of my experience and techniques. Even if I was only a spirit lord, would still have no trouble dealing with a useless weakling like you. Xiao Hua laughed heartily in response. Since you sound so confident, let's stop the chattering and get this over with already, Yuan said as he summoned his Empyrean overlord. However, a calm voice suddenly resounded in his head, Brother Yuan, can you let me handle this? Xiao Hua. I didn't tell you this before, but it is an exile's responsibility to protect their master, especially when in the presence of another exile. Even if you say that, I can handle him by myself. What's more, I don't want you to get hurt if we can avoid it. Nevertheless, Xiao Hua's resolve held steadfast as she spoke from the depths of her heart. It is undeniable that Brother Yuan has grown in strength to a point where my protection is no longer necessary, and I take great pride in your growth. However, Brother Yuan, you need not shoulder the weight of everything alone, even if you could. There exist endeavors I must undertake, for without them, I risk losing the very essence of my purpose. Ever since Yuan had grown strong enough to protect himself, Xiao Hua had grappled with a growing sense of purposelessness, even more so when he gained companions capable of assuming all the roles she had once fulfilled, and she hated this emptiness that was quickly consuming her. Xiao Hua. Yuan fell into silence after hearing her dejected words. He had dedicated himself to rigorous training to alleviate the burden on Xiao Hua, so that she would no longer need to endanger herself for him, but in his pursuit of strength, he had overlooked Xiao Hua herself. Hey! Why the hell are you just standing there in a daze? Where did your arrogance and spirit from just a moment vanish to? Zhao Wei suddenly roared, his voice laced with frustration when Yuan randomly stopped paying attention to him. In response, Yuan stored the Empyrean overlord away and looked at Zhao Wei with a profound expression. Such actions greatly befuddled Zhao Wei. Looks like you have suddenly come to the realization that you cannot defeat me. Unfortunately, I won't spare you even if you no longer have a desire to fight. Just as Zhao Wei retrieved his weapon, a saber, Yuan spoke, sorry, but there's been a change of plans. As much as I want to kick your ass myself, my little guardian angel will be doing the beating. The next moment, a small figure emerged from Yuan's body and stood before him and Zhao Wei. Huh? A child? Zhao Wei raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. Yet, as his eyes locked onto Xiao Hua's face, a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her before. Fuck. I swear I have seen that face somewhere before, but where? Despite his efforts to unearth the memory of her identity, Zhao Wei's mind remained frustratingly blank, unable to recollect who she might be. However, he could tell that she was an exile just like him from the aura she was exuding. I thought your exile had died, but it turned out to be much worse. Imagine choosing a child like that to guide you. Ahaha. I can't. Zhao Wei laughed again. And if you think I won't kill a child, you should know that I have done worse, he continued with a cold expression a moment later. Xiao Hua didn't respond to him and retrieved two large swords, wielding one in each of her small hands. Humph. I don't know how you guys managed to crawl your way to the third heaven, but this is where your legacy ends. Zhao Wei released his cultivation base, and without any warning, disappeared from his spot. After using his movement technique, Zhao Wei appeared behind Xiao Hua in the blink of an eye, almost as though he teleported, and he swung his saber at her neck without any hesitation. Clang! Xiao Hua quickly twisted her body around and swung back, blocking the attack. Zhao Wei would disappear again when his feet touched the ground, appearing behind Xiao Hua again. Whoosh! Xiao Hua dodged the attack with her own movement technique before chasing after him with her swords in motion. So slow. Zhao Wei sneered in disdain as he dodged her attack with ease. Meanwhile, she merely asked Yuan, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Xiao Hua seems to be a little behind. This is what she wanted, and I have faith in her, Yuan declared with a serene countenance. I don't think I've ever seen her being this serious before. Feng Yuxiang remarked with a hint of surprise. Lan Yingying agreed. Over the next several minutes, Xiao Hua and Zhao Wei exchanged hundreds of relentless blows with each other with neither of them getting a direct hit. However, it was clear to the spectators that Xiao Hua was slowly being pushed back by Zhao Wei, who was much faster and more agile. I will applaud you for lasting this long, but it's obvious that you won't be able to defend for much longer. Just as he said this, Zhao Wei managed to barely land a hit on Xiao Hua. However, when he anticipated seeing her blood, he was left astounded to find that Xiao Hua remained completely unharmed, only that there was a small cut on her clothes. What? How is that possible? Zhao Wei was certain that his blade had reached her flesh, yet had only managed to cut her clothes. As Zhao Wei stood stupefied by the perplexing outcome, Xiao Hua examined the tear in her attire with a faint furrow of her brow. Oddly, she didn't seem to be concerned, even though she had seemingly lost the exchange. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com. C1245 Xiao Hua. Chapter 1245 Xiao Hua 1245 Xiao Hua. My saber definitely reached her. Yet, why isn't there a scratch on her? Why isn't she bleeding out? Jianghu could never mistake the feeling of slicing flesh, so he was absolutely certain that had reached her, but he could not explain the results. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua had an annoyed look on her face, but not because she'd just lost the exchange. My clothes. She muttered in a low voice. I don't know what you just did to avoid that attack, but it won't happen a second time. Jianghu tightened his grip on the saber before rushing at Xiao Hua again, his speed much faster than previously, almost as though he had been holding back. How annoying. Xiao Hua muttered as she confronted Jianghu with her swords. Herald of Agony. Jianghu swiftly employed one of his techniques, conjuring a large, obsidian-hued, shadowy circle on the ground, directly beneath Xiao Hua's feet. Reacting instantly, Xiao Hua leaped out of the circle's grasp. Yet, to her surprise, the shadowy formation clung to her like a relentless specter, maintaining its position beneath her. In response to this relentless pursuit, Xiao Hua made a swift decision to ascend into the sky. However, as she made her move, the edges of the black circle abruptly rose from the earth, ensnaring her within a pitch-black ball. Hey! That doesn't look good at all. Shouldn't we help her? Mei's voice trembled with concern as she observed the dire situation unfolding before them. Yuan calmly shook his head and said, Don't underestimate her, she'll be fine. Ha ha ha. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, your spiritual energy has been sealed by my Herald of Agony. Once trapped by it, you're just a sitting duck waiting to be slaughtered. Zhou laughed like a maniac as he started slashing and stabbing his saber at the void-like prison that had Xiao Hua trapped inside. I can feel it. I can feel your flesh being torn apart by my saber. Nothing beats this sensation. Ahahaha. Xiao Hua. Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't worried about Xiao Hua. However, his confidence and trust in her far outweighed his worries. 1,000 years of agony. Jianghu's saber suddenly became covered in black energy before swinging it at the prison. Shaw. The prison was sliced in half, alongside everything trapped inside. Mei covered her mouth, trying her best to remain calm. Jianghu took several deep breaths afterward, and without looking at his results, he began approaching Yuan with intense bloodlust in his gaze. After taking just a few steps, Jianghu's movements froze when a calm voice resounded behind him. Where do you think you are going? What? Jianghu muttered in disbelief. Impossible. No. There's no way that you could have survived that. Jianghu's gaze shifted slowly, and his eyes widened in profound shock when he beheld Xiao Hua standing calmly behind him, completely unscathed save for a few additional cuts on her clothing. No way. How did she do that? Even Mei was completely shocked to see Xiao Hua unharmed. Despite Jianghu's inquiries, Xiao Hua remained conspicuously silent, almost as though she wanted to torment him mentally. Following her silence, Xiao Hua proceeded to stow away her weapons, leaving everyone present, including Yuan, profoundly perplexed. I didn't want to show Brother Yuan this side of me, but I won't be able to defeat him unless I do so. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly, and continuing her confusing actions, she closed her eyes before her enemy. You dare close your eyes before my presence? Don't you dare look down on me, you little bitch. Jianghu let out a thunderous roar, his form enveloped in a dark, blood-tinged aura. Remaining firmly planted in his position, Jianghu swung his saber with astounding swiftness at Xiao Hua, unleashing a series of razor-edged waves of saber aura. The next moment, Jianghu watched as his saber aura sliced right through Xiao Hua's small body, cutting it in half. However, no blood was shed by Xiao Hua, and the severed portions of her body dispersed like mist, as if her very essence had transformed into vapor, leaving behind a cloud of purple-colored mist. In a matter of seconds, the purple mist reassembled itself, shaping into a completely unharmed Xiao Hua. Mei's astonishment was palpable as she blurted out, "What sort of technique is that?" Meanwhile, Jianghu's countenance contorted with sheer terror, his words trembling as he grappled with the realization of Xiao Hua's identity. That's... No. It can't be. He appeared unwilling to accept the undeniable truth. In that precise moment, Xiao Hua's eyes gently flickered open, their once familiar hue now transformed into a mysterious shade of violet. Simultaneously, a dark aura enveloped her form, tinged with an eerie touch of ethereal purple. As Xiao Hua's menacing aura solidified, an ominous transformation seized the very surroundings. The heavens above them abruptly darkened, and a chill settled upon the atmosphere, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper himself. Not only did Xiao Hua's presence undergo a profound metamorphosis, but she also experienced a slight growth in stature, and her face appeared more mature and carried an icy, distant demeanor. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua underwent such a drastic transformation that even Yuan struggled to recognize her by the end of it. In fact, it felt like he was looking at an entirely different individual. Ding. Name, Xiao Hua, Servant Grade, Mythical, Master, Yuan, Cultivation, 9th Level Spirit King, Legacy, Supreme Heaven's Legacy plus Evil God's Legacy, Bloodline, Evil God's True Bloodline, Physique, Violet Nebula Physique. In addition to her new status, Xiao Hua also acquired several new techniques that were not there before. In a voice quivering with terror, Jianghu cried out, that ominous violet aura, that overwhelming presence. You're a member of the Azura clan? Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. C1246 Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation. Chapter 1246 Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation. 1246 Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation. That's Xiao Hua. What happened to her? She feels like an entirely different person. Feng Yuxiang muttered in a dazed voice. If one could see her face right now, it would be filled with astonishment. Following her profound transformation, Xiao Hua gazed upon her surroundings with a newfound and captivating curiosity, yet her expression remained emotionless. After looking at her surroundings, Xiao Hua began inspecting her own body. What's wrong with this body? How long have I been asleep? She muttered in a low voice. In the midst of her inspection, Jianghu exclaimed, No. That's not possible. You cannot be from the Azura clan. I recognize every member of the Azura clan, but I do not recognize you. You must be an imposter. After coming to this conclusion, Jianghu quickly regained control over his own emotions and calmed down. That's right. Now that I think about it, there's no way someone from the Azura clan would be here. But I must admit, your aura is so convincing that even I nearly fell for it. Unfortunately for you, I know every member of the Azura clan, and you're not one of them. Upon hearing Jianghu's words, Xiao Hua turned to look at him with a nonchalant expression. An imposter. She mumbled in a low voice. Of course. If you think about it, there's no way in hell the Celestial Emperor would allow the Azura clan to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. That family of traitors and bloodthirsty demons would rot first before they get a chance at freedom. Jianghu laughed nervously. However, Xiao Hua remained nonchalant, and she spoke a moment later. And who the hell are you? Did I really wake up for an ant like you? No, that's not possible. Xiao Hua's words made it seem like she was meeting Jianghu for the first time, which made everyone there raise an eyebrow. Whatever. I'll quickly kill you and go back to sleep. I need to save as much energy as I can before he returns. With a casual flick of her sleeve, Xiao Hua conjured a black sword forged from her very own aura and wielded it. I'd love to see you try, seeing how you couldn't even catch my shadow just moments ago. Jianghu sneered in disdain as he activated his movement technique. Jianghu's figure disappeared like a ghost the next moment. Despite this, Xiao Hua remained standing still with a bored look on her face. Can you speed it up a bit? I'll fall asleep before you make a move at this rate. Xiao Hua asked right before she released a big yawn. Die. When Jianghu suddenly appeared behind Xiao Hua, his saber was already millimeters from reaching Xiao Hua's small neck. Yet, it halted just a hair's breadth away from her neck. What? Xiao Hua cried out in astonishment as he realized what stopped his saber. With a mere 2 fingers, Xiao Hua had effortlessly caught the saber by the blade and halted its movements as though it were a scene out of some action movie. In the following moment, without even looking back, Xiao Hua's arm exhibited a fleeting flicker, vanishing and reappearing faster than the blink of an eye. Erf! Xiao Hua unleashed a bone-chilling scream as all 4 of his limbs were separated from his body instantaneously with unimaginable pain spread throughout. After Xiao Hua's limbless body fell to the ground, Xiao Hua turned around to look at him with a disappointed look on her face. I've slumbered for so long that my movements have grown rigid. Most displeasing indeed. I cannot afford to show such a shameful performance in his presence, Xiao Hua lamented. I've decided. I'll go back to sleep after I do some stretching. Xiao Hua then extended her finger, directing it towards Xiao Hua, who remained in a state of shock, motionless on the ground. Get up. Xiao Hua muttered as she released some of her black aura at Xiao Hua, engulfing his body like flames. In the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded as Xiao Hua's body miraculously began to regenerate its lost limb. What? What did you just do to me? Xiao Hua screamed in a terrified manner as he crawled backward and away from Xiao Hua. Be grateful, for this princess has bestowed upon you the privilege of a little more time in this world, Xiao Hua declared with a grim smile on her face. And no. Stay away from me, you monster. Xiao Hua cried out, his previous combativeness replaced by sheer terror as he gazed upon Xiao Hua as if she were a nightmarish creature. Don't tell me you're frightened by this, imposter. How mundane. If you're not willing to stand and fight, there's little reason to prolong your existence any further, Xiao Hua remarked with an air of disdain. It was in this very moment that Xiao Hua recognized Xiao Hua's face, albeit slightly altered from his recollections. His eyes widened in sheer horror as he stammered, "Why, you can't be Azura clan's little Sha." Xiao Hua's head suddenly flew off its body before he could finish his sentence. After Xiao Hua's death, a profound and eerie silence enveloped the entire vicinity. I don't think that's Xiao Hua. It can't be her. Lan Yingying suddenly broke the silence. I'm inclined to agree. The disparity is too striking, Feng Yuxiang concurred with a shared sense of disbelief. Yuan gritted his teeth and began approaching her. Xiao Hua, he called out to her. Xiao Hua's body trembled slightly after hearing her name. Who dares utter that name in my presence? Xiao Hua's voice thundered with wrath as she whirled around to confront Yuan, her aura surging with a tempestuous intensity. Prepare to endure 1,000 times the torment this insignificant insect just faced. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua pointed her sword at him. You don't recognize me? Yuan swallowed nervously at this possibility. As if I would remember a weakling like you, Xiao Hua's voice abruptly halted. You. Her eyes were as wide as saucers as she stared at Yuan's face. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. Chapter 1247. Published at 23rd of October 2023 8:57 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 1247. 1247. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1247. Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation. 2. 1247. Xiao Hua's Drastic Transformation. 2. You. Xiao Hua's speech faltered as her thoughts raced to formulate her next words. Ah. Suddenly, Xiao Hua let out a sharp cry of pain. Xiao Hua? Are you all right? Yuan exclaimed with deep concern in his voice. Xiao Hua dropped her sword, which dissipated into thin air upon contact with the ground, and she began to stagger, clutching her head in evident distress. No. Wait. Not now. Just a few more minutes. There is still something that I must do. Xiao Hua exclaimed, her words appearing as if she were in a conversation with herself. She looked at Yuan and extended one of her hands toward him, almost as though she was longing for him. You. Who are you? Why do you look like, ah? With one final scream, Xiao Hua lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, and her appearance began reverting back to normal. Xiao Hua. Yuan quickly went to pick her up, but there was no response from her. He immediately checked her vitals, sighing in relief upon confirming that she was still alive. Is she okay? She merely rushed over when she snapped out of her shock. Yes, she's just sleeping. Yuan nodded. Anyways, what in heaven's name just happened? Who is Xiao Hua? Mei's body shuddered in fear just recalling Xiao Hua's chilling aura and overbearing presence. Xiao Hua is an exile, someone banished from the 9 heavens because of a crime they or someone in their family had committed. In her case, her family had committed some kind of crime and became exiles. If they are banished from the 9 heavens, how is she here? That other guy as well. Mei asked the first question that came to her mind. Because exiles are given a chance at freedom through the Supreme Heaven's legacy. I don't know the details, but if an exile fulfills this legacy, they will be able to get rid of their status as an exile and return to the 9 heavens without being hunted by the entire world. I see. Her family must have done something unspeakable if someone like that guy was that terrified of her family. Mei sighed as she glanced at Zhao Hui's headless body. Yuan wanted to defend the Azura clan, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's aura that reeked of blood, he couldn't utter a word. C1248 The Secret to Player Yuan's Progression. Chapter 1248 The Secret to Player Yuan's Progression 1248 The Secret to Player Yuan's Progression. After logging off the game, Xionglu shouted in anger as he tossed the console at the wall, shattering the headpiece. Damn it. Who the fuck was that little girl? How did she manage to butcher Zhao Hui, who claimed to be an immortal, as though he was a mere baby? And why is someone like that with Yuan? Xionglu couldn't believe what had just witnessed. However, once he thought about it, it finally made sense why Yuan was progressing so fast when compared to other players, not to mention his tremendous prowess. It must be due to that little girl. She must be the source of his strength. She must be a true immortal while Zhao Hui was a fake. Fuck. Why is he so fucking lucky? Upon hearing the commotion inside Xionglu's room, the servant waiting outside knocked on the door and inquired with a concerned voice, "Is everything all right, young Master Xiong?" After a moment of silence, Xionglu responded in a commanding voice, "Summon everyone to the round table immediately. Tell them that I have some new information on player Yuan." "All right, away." The servants scurried to call the 10 great families. Several hours later, 10 individuals sat around a round table made of white marble. However, 9 of these individuals did not have a physical body and appeared to be projections. The round table consisted of the top player from each of the top 10 legacy families, so prominent individuals such as Fiery Queen and White Lotus were present. "Hey, Xionglu, you'd better not be bluffing about having information on player Yuan. I was in the middle of heading to a dungeon," one of them declared in a discontented tone. "I'm more intrigued by your sudden willingness to share information about player Yuan," Fiery Queen remarked. "I doubt hell share it with us for free." Another sneered. "Enough of the pointless chattering and let's get to the topic. I want to return to my cultivation as soon as possible," said a bulky man. Xionglu then spoke, "I won't charge anyone for this information since I believe we should work together to catch up to player Yuan." "Catch up to player Yuan? Are you out of your mind, Xionglu?" retorted another member. "I may not know his exact cultivation level, but I'm well aware that he possesses treasures beyond our reach for years to come. It might sound preposterous at the moment, but what if I were to tell you that I've uncovered the secret to player Yuan's inexplicable growth and formidable strength?" Xionglu spoke with a solemn expression. "You what?" The revelation left everyone at the round table utterly stunned. "Are you for real, Xionglu? You better not be pulling my fucking legs." Fiery Queen stood up and slammed the desk. The sound of her smacking her own table would resound through her speaker, but the actual table remained unmoving. The secret to Yuan's strength. Bai Lihua muttered with a slight frown on her face as she continued, how can we even trust this information? Xianlu glanced at her and said, because I witnessed it with my own eyes. You met with Yuan? Yes, in the third heaven. If you're serious, then don't keep us in suspense, Xianlu. The others, understandably impatient, were eager to hear the details of this potentially monumental discovery. Xianlu nodded and proceeded to ask them, before I tell you his secret, I have a question for all of you. Do you know what an exile is? Are you asking us for the definition? Be more clear. Xianlu shook his head and said, no, I am talking in the context of Cultivation Online. There are certain individuals in that world that are known as exiles. Do you know about them? A few individuals there had subtle movements on their faces after Xianlu's clarification, yet none of them responded to his question. Xianlu noticed this and sneered, so a few of you in here are already aware of their existence. Don't worry, I'm not going to blame you for wanting to keep their existence to yourself, as they are the key to progressing fast in Cultivation Online. And there's no point to keep it to yourself any longer since I will be exposing them to everyone today. What? What on earth are you talking about? What are these exiles? Fiery Queen demanded, her curiosity piqued. Someone who wasn't Xianlu suddenly responded, there are powerful NPCs within Cultivation Online that carry a legacy known as the Supreme Heaven's Legacy. These individuals are essentially criminals that have been banished to the Primordial realm, hence why they are called exiles. In exchange for helping them complete their legacy, which grants them freedom, they will assist you in many ways, such as granting you knowledge and techniques that aren't accessible elsewhere, and protecting you from harm, like a guardian angel. These exiles are very powerful and are usually immortal cultivators, so they have many priceless knowledge and techniques that will greatly assist your progression in Cultivation Online. If you have an exile by your side, you will, without a doubt, progress countless times faster than those without one. The only downside is that you'll be hunted by other NPCs if they find out you are working with an exile. And since they are criminals, they have questionable morals and will do nasty things that you need to turn a blind eye to if you want their help. The room fell dead silent afterward. Those who did not know about the existence of exiles until today tried their best to digest the information, while those who are already aware of their existence pondered about their own exiles. Eventually, someone there broke the silence. Xianlu, are you trying to tell us that player Yuan's secret is that he has an exile by his side? If so, I'd already come to that conclusion when I met mine. Me too. However, that still doesn't make any sense. I also have an exile by my side, but I still can't seem to catch up to him. Though, I only met my exile about a month ago, so that might be the real reason why I am still behind. Chen Huacheng, you sly bastard. How could you keep this information to yourself? Aren't we in the same alliance? Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling left out. Humph, don't give me that crap. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same thing. Chen Huacheng sneered. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Calm. C1249 Working Together. Chapter 1249 Working Together. 1249 Working Together. So, how many of us here are being accompanied by an exile? Chen Huacheng asked them before raising his own hand. And he continued, I met mine a month ago, and my progress has skyrocketed since then. 3 more individuals there raised their hands. Wilson Jr., Jing Yanwu, and Gu Banxiao, huh? Fiery Queen named these 3. Xianlu, you don't have an exile? Chen Huacheng asked him. And no. Xianlu hesitated, unable to divulge the grim truth that his exile had already met their demise at Yuan's hands, as he was certain that they would make him into a laughingstock for such a blunder. So, 4 out of 10 of us have an exile, huh? This makes me wonder just how many more players out there are receiving assistance from them, mused Jing Yanwu, a young man with a scholarly appearance. Wait. How does one even acquire an exile? Fiery Queen suddenly asked. She turned to look at the 4 with an exile and continued, how did you guys meet yours? Is there a specific location where you meet them? As far as I am aware, they don't have any specific locations or triggers. They are scattered about in the 9 heavens, so it's entirely up to fate whether you encounter one or not, kind of like hidden quests. Wilson Jr. said, and he continued, I encountered my exile in 2nd heaven about 3 months ago during a quest. I also encountered mine randomly while adventuring in 3rd heaven. Gu Banxiao added. Same here. Chen Huaqing chimed in. Damn it. There must be some kind of pattern or method to encounter them. Queen Fiery exclaimed in frustration, her desire for an exile's assistance burning within her. At this rate, it'll end up lagging behind everyone, even to some nobody who lucked out with an encounter, like player Yuan. Fiery Queen's concerns were shared by those without an exile. It was becoming increasingly evident that having an exile's assistance was pivotal to their success in, and the disparity between those with and without an exile would only widen as time passed. Now that I think about it, player Yuan received a divine grade servant even before the 2nd heaven was unlocked. It's no wonder that his progression was so much faster than the rest of us. That bastards had help from an exile from the start since 1st heaven. Li Hongji, who did not have an exile, exclaimed in vexation. Xiong Lu then spoke, not just that. His exile was terrifyingly powerful. I watched her slay a peak spirit king without breaking a sweat. It was like watching an adult messing around with a damn toy. I have never seen anyone that dreadful before. The room fell silent for a moment until someone said, anyways, what do you want us to do with this information? After a moment of silence, Xiong Lu spoke in a cold voice, his exile may be powerful, but I doubt she's strong enough to handle multiple exiles at once. If we group up and kill the exile, player Yuan's progression will definitely come to a halt, and we'll no longer have to worry about him. He's useless without the exile. What? That's unacceptable. I refuse to be a part of this cowardly nonsense. Bai Lihua declared as she stood up, her face filled with anger. Xiong Lu looked at her and sneered in disdain, why? Because you're screwing him? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Bai Lihua's brow furrowed deeply, her gaze oozing with killing intent. Did you think we wouldn't find out about what happened between your Bai family and the Jing family? I wouldn't be surprised if you had offered your body to him for his services. Why else would he bother paying attention to the Bai family? You utter bastard, Xiong Lu. How dare you slander me with that load of crap? It's clear you're just bitter because Yuan knocked you off your high horse. And your desire to gang up on him is nothing but a testament to your own inadequacy. You're nothing more than a damn coward and a sore loser. Bai Lihua seethed with rage, her words dripping with contempt. You dare mock me? I've been number 1 even before you started playing your first game, White Lotus. Do you think he's beaten me just because he got a little lucky with an exile? Delusional. Xiong Lu roared back, his heart filled with rage. Delusional or not, it's still a fact that Yuan's above you in cultivation online and in real life. You're just in denial. Fuck. Don't you let me see you in the game. I swear I will make you regret mocking me, White Lotus, you fucking bitch. Calm down, both of you, the others intervened, attempting to defuse the escalating tension in the room. Humph. If you want to group up and fight Yuan, go ahead. I won't be part of it. In fact, even if everyone here gangs up on him, you won't win. Goodbye. Without saying another word, Bai Lihua's avatar disappeared from the room. After Bai Lihua left, the room descended into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the audible sound of Xiong Lu's labored breathing. I won't waste any more of my breath. If you don't want to work with me to deal with player Yuan, you may get out of my sight right now. However, just know that you will never receive the Xiong family support ever again if you refuse to help. The others swallowed nervously in the wake of his ominous words. Although they might not have appeared particularly significant on the surface, the Xiong family held a formidable and influential position in the world, maintaining their coveted rank at the pinnacle of the legacy rankings for well over a century. They were definitely a powerhouse that one cannot afford to offend. When nobody left the room even after a whole minute, Xianlu sat back down and nodded. Good, then let us begin. Wait a moment. Fiery Queen suddenly interrupted. What is it? Xianlu glared at her. What should we do with White Lotus? She knows of our plans and will definitely snitch to player Yuan. I'm sure she will do just that, but there's no need to worry. Even if she does tell player Yuan about our plans, they won't know when or how it will happen, and player Yuan will have to constantly watch his back. Xianlu said. If you say so. Fiery Queen nodded. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. C1250 The Plan to Take Down Player Yuan. Chapter 1250 The Plan to Take Down Player Yuan. 1250 The Plan to Take Down Player Yuan. So, do you already have a plan for taking down player Yuan? Zheng Yanwu asked Xionglu. I do, and it's very simple. Xionglu nodded, and he continued, we will gather as many exiles as we can and work together to deal with player Yuan. Wilson Jr. let out a sigh. While that might sound straightforward, you don't have an exile, do you? So, you might not be aware that exiles don't typically cooperate with one another. Junior is right, Xionglu, Gu Banxiao agreed, exiles won't work with other exiles. Do you know why? Because only one exile may complete the Supreme Heaven's legacy, there's no reason for them to help each other. In fact, they rather kill each other to lessen the competition. What the hell? If that's the case, they will never work with each other. Fiery Queen exclaimed. What's our plan now, Xionglu? The plan remains. Xionglu calmly replied. Huh? Didn't you hear what I just said? Wilson Jr. frowned, and he repeated, exiles won't work with each other. It's the last thing they'll do. I heard what you said. They won't collaborate with each other because they're rivals, correct? Xionglu inquired with a grave expression. But what if there were an exile capable of threatening them all? Won't they work with each other to deal with that threat? Despite his lack of knowledge about the Azura clan, Xionglu could discern that Xiao Hua was a formidable presence solely by observing Zhao Hui's extreme reaction to her presence. An exile capable of threatening them all? Where did you get such information? Fiery Queen asked. I witnessed her effortlessly slaughter a peak spirit king as if it were child's play, Xionglu recounted, his tone carrying a weight of awe and dread. The others swallowed nervously upon seeing his frightened expression, this being their first time seeing such an emotion from Xionglu. So what if this exile is a little strong? I doubt it will make the others work together. Gu Banxiao sighed. Tell your exiles that this particular exile is from the Azura clan and see how they react. If they show even the slightest hint of fear, ask them if they would be willing to work with others to take her down. We can postpone the meeting until you have received an answer. Xionglu said. Azura clan? Who are they? Someone asked. I don't know. Xionglu shook his head. All right, I will speak with my exile now. I'll be back soon. Wilson Jr. said before disappearing from the room. The others with an exile followed suit. For those without an exile, I think I can help you find one. Xionglu said to them. What? Is that true? Fiery Queen exclaimed in excitement. Xionglu nodded and continued, exiles have a unique aura to them, so we can let those who already have an exile search for them. Once they find an exile, those without one can try and make a contract with them. Seriously? Will that really work? Everyone swallowed nervously. We won't know until we try it, but it's theoretically possible. We'll know soon enough. While Xionglu and the others waited for those who left to speak with their exile to return, Bai Lihua tried to contact Yuan. Unsurprisingly, Yuan did not respond, so Bai Lihua called the Demon Sealing faction instead. This is the Demon Sealing faction, who am I speaking to? A mature voice resounded from the other end of Bai Lihua's phone. I am Bai Lihua from Eternal Lotuses, and I need to speak with Yuan immediately. Oh, Miss Bai. I have heard about you. I am Mei Feng, the head caretaker. Unfortunately, Yuan is occupied with Cultivation online. He has been for the past 6 months. Though, he should be returning soon. If you have a message, I can pass it on to him for you. I wanted to warn him about the 10 great families. They have decided to work together to fight Yuan, and they will be going after his exile. Bai Lihua said. The 10 great families, huh? What a nuisance, Mei Feng muttered with a heavy sigh, and she continued, thank you for letting me know, Miss Bai. I will let Yuan know when he comes back. Considering Yuan's strength, I may be pointlessly worrying about this, but the 10 great families are not to be trifled with. Bai Lihua sighed. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Wilson Jr. asked his exile, who was a skinny man with a murderous aura. That's the gist of it, Wu Wenjun. You want me to work with other exiles? Fuck no. I'd rather kill all of them. No, I will kill any exile I see. Wu Wenjun declared in disdain. Wilson Jr. frowned slightly before uttering the magic words that Xiong Lu taught him. What do you know of the Azura clan? What did you just say? A look of sheer terror instantly washed over Wu Wenjun's face upon hearing the name of the Azura clan. Seriously? It works? Just what the hell is this Azura clan? Wilson Jr. was taken aback when he witnessed Wu Wenjun's terrified face, as he had never seen him display such intense emotions before. Junior. Where in heaven did you hear that name? Wu Wenjun inquired urgently. I heard it from a friend, and there is an exile out there that is from this Azura family. Wilson Jr. explained. And no. That's impossible. Wu Wenjun exclaimed with a look of disbelief. There's no way the Azura clan would be allowed to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy. In fact, they have been barred from participating since the first day they were banished. Unfortunately, my friend encountered this exile from the Azura clan, and she was extremely powerful, hence why he wants to gather exiles to fight her together. Is it really possible for the Azura clan to partake in the Supreme Heaven's legacy? I've been out of the primordial realm for 10,000 years, so things could have changed since then. Wu Wenjun mumbled to himself with a solemn expression. If that's indeed the situation, then it's imperative that we unite to eliminate them first, or else the Azura clan will annihilate every last one of us. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. C1251 Massive Recruitment. Chapter 1251 Massive Recruitment. 1251 Massive Recruitment. You want me to team up with other exiles to deal with a single exile? Ha ha ha. Are you messing with me, Zheng Yanwu? Zheng Yanwu's exile, a stout middle-aged man, erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the suggestion. Let me finish, Xia Jin. She's not just any exile, she's an exile from the Azura clan. Zheng Yanwu said the magic words. Xia Jin's laughter abruptly ceased, and his face froze, overtaken by a profound and visceral terror. Azura clan. You want me to fight someone from the Azura clan? Are you completely out of your mind? I'd sooner devour my own tongue than meddle with those monsters. Xia Jin exclaimed, his voice quivering with dread. Is this Azura clan really that terrifying? I've only learned about them from a friend. Zheng Yanwu frowned. Are you seriously proposing that we take on the Azura clan when you know absolutely nothing about them? Xia Jin retorted incredulously. The Azura clan was once one of the most notorious powerhouses in the 9 heavens. They aligned themselves with the evil god and massacred countless cultivators, ultimately even killing the celestial emperor himself. Because of their crimes, their entire clan was banished to the primordial realm for the rest of their lives. Xia Jin explained with a tone of gravity, providing context about the Azura clan's dark history. And he continued, even 100 of us would not be able to defeat one of them, much less a dozen of us. Zheng Yanwu was inclined to believe that Xia Jin might be exaggerating and responded, even if that's the case, their powers should be restricted as an exile. You clearly know nothing about them. What's terrifying about the Azura clan isn't just their power, it's their very nature, Xia Jin sighed in a defeated manner, emphasizing the sinister essence that made the Azura clan so fearsome. They are a bunch of crazy bastards that wouldn't hesitate to torture your entire family if you accidentally bump into them. In any case, I strongly recommend against getting involved in this endeavor, unless you have a desire for a gruesome demise, Xia Jin warned with utmost seriousness. Zheng Yin lapsed into silence upon witnessing Xia Jin's strong reluctance to join their campaign against Yuan's exile. Xia Jin was known for his ruthlessness, even willing to slaughter innocent bystanders without hesitation, yet his unwavering determination to avoid the Azura clan was a revelation that left him astounded. Fine, if you don't want to join, I won't pressure you. But I'm going to be a part of this even if I have to go alone. That scoundrel Yuan. He murdered my cousin and wreaked havoc in my family. I won't let him go unpunished. Zheng Yanyu declared with determination. Following Yuan's intervention in the conflict between Bai Lihua and Zheng Weimin, the Bai family and the Zheng family became sworn enemies. Furthermore, the Zheng family, which was ranked 5th in the legacy ranking before the drama occurred, was dropped to the 8th place, slapping their faces even further. You stubborn fool. Xia Jin shook his head and thought, I will probably have to start looking for a new master soon. Several cities away, Gu Banxiao was having a similar conversation with his exile, who was a pretty lady. Since we don't know if this exile is truly from the Azura family or not, I won't make a decision until I see her myself. However, until then, I'll cooperate with you and the other exiles. And in exchange for my cooperation, you'll let me have some fun later without any complaints. Gu Banxiao shivered upon hearing her words, sensing a deeper and more ominous implication beneath their surface. Fine, just don't kill too many people, he sighed. Sometime later, everyone gathered at the round table. How did it go? Did you guys manage to convince your exiles to cooperate with each other? Xiong Lu asked them. My exile is willing to cooperate, Wilson Jr. said. My exile refused to give an answer until she saw the target for herself, said Gu Banxiao. Well, my exile has outright refused to cooperate. He wants nothing to do with the Azura clan, or so he said. Zheng Yin sighed, and he continued, but I will continue trying to convince him. Even if he doesn't cooperate, I will do whatever I can to help. I understand. I'm sure those who are unwilling to cooperate will change their mind once we gather more forces. Xiong Lu said. And he continued, now, on to the next matter. Wilson Jr., Zheng Yanyu, Gu Banxiao, I have a crucial mission for the three of you. I want you to use your own exiles to seek out other exiles. If that exile doesn't have a master, inform us so those without an exile can have an opportunity to acquire one. If they already have a master, I want you to recruit them, no matter the cost. Using our exile to look for other exiles, huh? This is pretty genius. Wilson Jr. muttered. How much time are we going to use to prepare for this whole campaign? Zheng Yanyu asked. As much time as we need, but that does not mean we should take our time. If we take too long and player Yuan reaches a point where we cannot defeat him even if we work together, we'll be screwed. If time is of the essence, we can use the 10 great families' power and influence. If we make an announcement about this, we should get a few recruits. Things will definitely progress much faster this way. Gu Banxiao suggested. Xiong Lu nodded in agreement. That's a sound plan. I'm certain the knowledge of exiles will become public eventually. We should leverage our influence to recruit them before it becomes common knowledge, he concurred. Thus, the following day, 9 of the 10 great families came together and collaborated with each other in a single, massive recruitment, something that had never been done before. They announced that they were recruiting players with an exile, offering immense benefits, such as fame, wealth, and power, something the 10 great families were fully capable of fulfilling. However, they did not elaborate on the existence of exiles, so their announcement also puzzled countless players. Follow current novels on Top Novel.com. Chapter 1252. Published at 24th of October 2023 7:06 and 8 seconds p.m. Chapter 1252. 1252 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1252 Massive Recruitment 2. 1252 Massive Recruitment 2. Within minutes of the 10 Great Families recruitment announcement, hundreds of players began commenting on it, and word spread like wildfire through the mouths of tens of thousands of individuals. Hey, did you see the latest post on S Forum? Not yet. What does it say? You probably won't believe it until you see it yourself, but the 10 Great Families have joined forces for a recruitment drive. The 10 Great Families are working together? Now that's something you don't hear every day. In fact, this might be a first. What kind of recruitment is it? I'm not exactly sure. They mentioned something about exiles, but I have never heard of this term until today. Let me check it out real quick. The recruitment post shared by the 10 Great Families on the forums was an attention-grabbing declaration. Frowny face. We are in search of exceptional players who boast the rare privilege of having an exile as their companion for a unique and monumental quest. If you are among the fortunate few, we extend an exclusive invitation to join hands with us, the 10 Great Families. For those who are successfully recruited, a treasure trove of rewards awaits. First and foremost, you will be granted the privilege of selecting a coveted heaven-grade treasure of your choosing, a testament to our commitment to your prosperity. But that's not all. You will also receive an upfront payment of $5 million to further your personal endeavors. Upon the successful completion of our quest, you will be entitled to an additional $10 million as a token of our appreciation for your unwavering dedication. Moreover, your association with the 10 Great Families extends beyond mere material benefits. You and your family will receive official recognition as our valued associates, opening doors to a future of boundless opportunities and security under our patronage. Your success will be our success, and your ambitions will become our shared goals. Join us now and embark on a journey that will not only reshape your destiny but will also lay the foundation for a legacy that will endure through the ages. The 10 Great Families awaits you with open arms and unparalleled promises. Approved and collaborated by Xiong Family, Wilson Family, Chen Family, Li Family, Jing Family, Huang Family, Harris Family, Gu Family, and Walker's Family. The recruitment notice, posted on the Xiong Family's official account, carried the signatures of all the other families, confirming its undeniable legitimacy. Holy shit. These rewards are insane. Heaven-grade treasure. $15 million. And arguably the most valuable reward, the 10 Great Families' recognition and support. The enticing rewards offered by the 10 Great Families triggered a flood of inquiries from Cultivation online players. However, a significant portion of these individuals had no understanding of what an exile was, and as a result, they were swiftly disregarded. There were some who tried to fake having an exile, but they were also quickly rooted out with a few questions that only those with an exile would know. As the day drew to a close, Xiong Lu assessed the number of players who might possess an exile and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. 26 players, and it's only the first day, Xiong Lu remarked with a sense of anticipation for the days ahead. Over the course of the next several days, hundreds of thousands of players reached out to the 10 Great Families. By the week's end, a rigorous screening process had narrowed the field down to 81 players who had successfully passed all initial inquiries and were now eagerly awaiting their in-person interviews. 81 players. Even if only half of them have an exile, it's still a lot. Xiong Lu's hands trembled in excitement as he saw the numbers. We can do it. We can take down Yuan. I cannot wait to see how useless you'll become without your exile, Yuan. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Lu couldn't hold his excitement and started laughing out loud. Meanwhile, inside the Demon's Ceiling faction's headquarters, a meeting was in session, attended by all of its members except for Yuan. This is about the 10 Great Families' recent movements, correct? Wang Ming asked as he looked at Mei Feng, who called for the gathering. Indeed. I don't know what this exile business is about, but I do know that it's related to Yuan, she acknowledged. I've never heard of it either. What about you guys? Shi Lang asked everyone there. Everyone besides Chu Liuxiang and Meishio shook their heads. Allow me to explain. Meishio raised her hand and said. In Cultivation Online, there are these people known as an exile. They are essentially criminals that have been banished from the 9 heavens because of a crime they or their family had committed. Exiles possess something known as the Supreme Heaven's Legacy. I'm not privy to the specifics, but it's a means for them to regain their freedom. One of Yuan's companions, Xiao Hua, happens to be an exile. So the 10 great families are gathering these exiles. But for what purpose? Wang Bingbing inquired. Mei Feng then revealed, I had initially intended to wait for Yuan's return to share this information, but it appears that the 10 great families are specifically targeting Yuan and his exile. What? These dirty bastards are working together to target Yuan? Unacceptable. Wang Ming slammed the table in anger. Honestly, I've been anticipating their move, and it took them longer than I expected, Hong Xiuquan remarked. However, I didn't anticipate them collaborating, given their historical rivalry, he added. That just goes to show how much of a threat Yuan poses to them, particularly in terms of their legacy ranking, Shi Murong shrugged. What should we do? We can't simply stand by and allow the 10 great families to target Yuan, Chu Liuxiang inquired with a slight frown on her face. Do we truly need to take action? After all, this is Yuan we're discussing, Li Jinxi stated, and went on, he's already attained a level that's beyond our comprehension. I doubt even the 10 great families, if they amass their forces, could pose any real threat to him. That's a valid point. No one could dispute Li Jinxi's assessment, and a contemplative silence filled the room. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1253. Published at 25th of October 2023 11:27 and 8 seconds p.m. Chapter 1253. 1253 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1253 God Ascension Realm 1253 God Ascension Realm. While I share the belief that Yuan can handle the 10 great families even if they unite, I also feel that we should make an effort to support him. After all, we're all members of the same faction. We can't simply stand idle while our leader is under threat, Wang Ming said. I concur with that sentiment, but the question is, what should our course of action be? Hong Xiuquan inquired. A heavy silence settled over the room as those present contemplated potential strategies. Shi Murong was the first to speak out. The 10 great families are recruiting exiles, right? What if we infiltrate them and mess with them from the inside? Huh? Don't we actually need an exile to do such a thing? Wang Bingbing said. Well, I was thinking that one of us could pretend to be an exile, especially since one can't the difference between an NPC and a player at a glance. I'm sure they will have some kind of verification in place to prevent such incidents, Wuxia said. Meishio nodded in agreement and added, Wuxia is correct. Exiles emit a distinctive aura, making it relatively easy to discern whether someone is an exile or not based on their aura alone. Oh. In that case, forget my suggestion. Shi Murong sighed in defeat. How powerful are exiles? I mean, what's stopping us from attacking them first? Shi Lang suddenly asked. I think their powers vary, but since they have all lived a long time, there's a good chance that most of them are quite powerful, and at our level, we'll only be digging our own graves if we even attempt to ambush them. Meishio shook her head. Damn it. Is there truly nothing we can do to stop the 10 great families' plot? Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. Mei Feng then spoke, I understand all of your desires to help Yuan, but at the end of the day, we should wait for his response before we get ahead of ourselves. Speaking of Yuan, when's he coming back out? It's already been half a year since he entered the Nameless Emperor's tomb, correct? Wang Bingbing asked. He's probably caught up in something like he usually does. Chu Liuxiang shrugged, and she continued, though, I doubt it'll be much longer before he returns. Then let's give Yuan another week to return before we make any decision, Feng said. All right. The members all agreed. Meanwhile, inside, Yi brought Yuan and his group to a secluded location nestled amidst an expansive mountain range. Welcome to my humble estate, my liege. Yi said as they approached a wooden cabin that had personally built. You are living here? Yuan asked out of curiosity. I am always traveling, so I only come here when I take a break or need to do something in peace. There's also a concealment formation surrounding this area, so you don't need to worry about anything while you are in here. Once they were inside the building, Yuan carefully laid Xiao Hua, who was still unconscious, on the bed. So, are you going to tell me about what happened to Xiao Hua, or is this still against my own command? Yuan looked at Yi, who could only stand there with a bittersweet smile. As much as I desire to clarify matters for my liege, I'm afraid I can't divulge any information about her, as it might influence your fate. Nevertheless, if you inquire about it when she awakens and she chooses to reveal it, you'll be in a better position to provide additional details based on the circumstances, Yi explained. I thought so. Yuan sighed. Hey. Yuan. Who's that old man? I can feel an otherworldly aura coming from him. She merely whispered to him. He's a follower from my past life, the evil god to be precise. I see. So he must be very powerful. Well, he's almost a cultivation god, so I guess you can say that. Yuan nonchalantly revealed, dropping a bombshell of information. What? Cultivation god? She merely exclaimed in a voice filled with astonishment and disbelief. Unfortunately, this humble one is only at the 7th level of God Ascension realm. I am nowhere near being a cultivation god, and I highly doubt I will be able to achieve it in this life. Yi shook his head in a dejected manner. That's merely 3 levels away from a cultivation god, the highest known cultivation realm. She merely remarked, her astonishment growing by the moment. While these 3 levels may seem close to each other, each level in the God Ascension realm is so vastly distant from each other that it can only be traversed by those with extreme talents, and no amount of hard work or treasure will help you fill that gap, Yi lamented with a sigh, emphasizing the immense chasm between these cultivation stages. Let's put it this way, if I wanted to defeat someone at the 8th level of God Ascension, I'd have to clone myself at least a dozen times and rely on extraordinary luck just to stand a chance, Yi elaborated, causing Shi Meili to swallow nervously. Shi Meili then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, what cultivation were you in your past lives? I don't know. He shrugged. My liege has managed to reach cultivation god in the majority of his lives. Yi said. The majority? So there are times when he didn't? Shi Meili found this quite interesting. Yi nodded and explained, indeed, but it wasn't due to a lack of talent, as my liege's talent only increases with every reincarnation, so he didn't reach cultivation god by choice. That's even more puzzling. Why not? Unfortunately, I cannot divulge any more, as I was commanded by my liege's incarnation to not reveal too much, as it could affect his fate. Is that so? Then I have another question. How are you able to stay in this realm at that level of cultivation? Doesn't it get increasingly harder to go to the lower realms the higher your cultivation? Indeed, but when you've been doing it for millions of years like I have, you're bound to pick up a trick or two to make things a bit easier, Yi chuckled, almost boasting of his ability to defy the laws of the 9 heavens through his extensive experience. Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. C1254 Ancient Seals Whereabouts. Chapter 1254 Ancient Seals Whereabouts. 1254 Ancient Seals Whereabouts. Xiao Hua remained in her slumber for several days, during which time Yuan silently cultivated beside her. Even though his cultivation had reached its limit, Yuan continued to refine his understanding of his techniques, seeking further mastery. Mei, on the other hand, spent most of her time outside the cabin, relishing the fresh air and finding fascination in even the minutest details of her surroundings. As for Dong Yi, he disappeared somewhere. At the end of the week, Xiao Hua slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though she had just emerged from a long hibernation. "Brother Yuan," she muttered for him in a low voice the moment she saw his handsome face beside her. Yuan promptly ceased his cultivation upon hearing her voice and turned his attention to her. "Are you all right, Xiao Hua? How do you feel?" he inquired with concern. Xiao Hua gradually sat up on the bed and replied, "My head feels a bit strange, but I'm fine." "Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness?" Yuan inquired further. Xiao Hua closed her eyes and made an effort to recollect the events that occurred after she released her seal. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "It's a blank. I don't remember anything that happened after I undid the seal." She turned to look at him and asked with a hint of worry in her gaze, "What happened to me, Brother Yuan? Did I do something bad?" "I wouldn't call it bad, since you merely defeated your opponent, who was the bad guy in that situation." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua seemed a little bit more relieved after hearing his words. The room filled with awkward silence when neither of them spoke any further. A moment later, Xiao Hua broke the silence by asking him, "Brother Yuan, are you not going to ask me about what happened?" Yuan smiled and said, "No, because I know that you'll tell me whenever you are ready." Xiao Hua's face flushed a little after hearing such words. Xiao Hua then lowered her head to the extent that Yuan could no longer discern her expression, and then she divulged, "There's another person residing within me. Sealed, to be precise. She's a formidable cultivator who possesses unfathomable prowess, at least this is what my father told me." "Your father, the patriarch of the Azura clan?" Yuan inquired. Xiao Hua nodded in confirmation. "Yes. He imparted numerous teachings to me before I departed the primordial realm for the Supreme Heaven's legacy. He told me that if I ever found myself in peril or required aid, I could awaken the individual sealed within me and depend on her for assistance. Each time I release her, I transform into a different person and unleash chaos. This is why I've been hesitant to awaken her. However, I did not want to lose to that guy and become a burden to Brother Yuan, so I requested for her help." Xiao Hua admitted. After a slight pause, she continued, "If Brother Yuan doesn't like the other Xiao Hua, I will never wake her up again." Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding. While the drastic shift in personality was certainly surprising, and her initial impression was rather memorable, I can't claim to dislike her without knowing more about her. She's an expert, right? I bet we can even learn a thing or two from her. You really don't mind her, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua looked at him with slightly widened eyes. When she was still in the primordial realm, everyone would flee in terror after encountering her other identity. Yuan nodded to confirm, "I don't mind her at all right now. I'll start worrying if she turns out to be a bad person, though." Xiao Hua acknowledged, feeling as though an invisible burden had been alleviated from her shoulders. Meanwhile, above the cabin, Dong Yi had been listening to Xiao Hua's words. "Another person sealed within her, huh? While not entirely accurate, it's not completely wrong either." He mumbled with a mysterious smile on his face. Dong Yi returned to the cabin after some time. "My liege, what are your plans now that you've explored the Nameless Emperor's tomb?" he inquired. "I'm planning to visit the Tian family. They must be concerned since I haven't returned to them as promised after our exploration," Yuan responded. "I understand. In that case, I'll lead you to the nearest city with a teleporter," Dong Yi replied. "Before you do that, I have a favor to ask of you," Yuan said. "Whatever you ask, my liege, I shall execute it without fail," Dong Yi pledged. "This might be a difficult task, but I want you to attempt to uncover who possesses the 4 ancient seals necessary to open the primordial realm," Yuan requested. He continued, "I am aware that they convene every decade, but the exact time and location remain unknown to me. Naturally, I don't intend on waiting for their gathering, so I am contemplating locating them before their next gathering. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua gazed at him with a perplexed and astonished expression. The ancient seals, huh? Are you planning to visit the primordial realm, my liege? Dong Yi inquired. Would that be a problem? Yuan questioned, his eyebrows raised. No, none at all. I just wanted to confirm your intentions. In any case, there are 4 ancient seals in total, each in possession of one of the 4 ancient families. However, the precise holders of these seals remain unknown, Dong Yi explained. And he continued, while I'm unaware of the whereabouts of 3 of these seals, I happen to know that one of them currently resides in this world, the 3rd heaven. Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this, and he asked, do you also happen to know the holder? Dong Yi nodded, confirming, I do. Liang Xiaosheng, he's the retired patriarch of the Azure Dragon family. Wait a second. Azure Dragon family? Yuan doubted his ears for a moment. Shimeli, who had just re-entered the cabin, reacted with anger and shock upon hearing their name. What? The Azure Dragon family exists out here as well? Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1255 Returning to the Tian Family. Chapter 1255 Returning to the Tian Family. 1255 Returning to the Tian Family, the Azure Dragon family. What are they doing in the outside world? Shimeli asked, her expression filled with disbelief as she turned to Dong Yi for answers. Dong Yi wore a puzzled expression. I don't understand. Yuan cleared his throat and began to explain the situation, recounting what had transpired between the Shi family and the Azure Dragon family. I understand the situation now. Thank you, my liege, Dong Yi acknowledged. To answer your question, no, they are not the same Azure Dragon family as the one you encountered. Shimeli remained suspicious. Really? Are you sure? Of course. The Azure Dragon family I am referring to consists of only half-dragons. They might share a similar bloodline, but that's the extent of their connection, Dong Yi explained. A similar bloodline? Shimeli raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi nodded and continued, it's not as if the entire dragon race entered the ancient dragon city. The Azure Dragon family is a large clan, and they left some of their own people behind, the current Azure Dragon family. In fact, if I recall correctly, there's also a Shi family out here, Dong Yi added. Shimeli's eyes widened with surprise upon learning this information. Where? She then asked. 5th heaven. Is that so? Shimeli muttered with a pondering face. Where is this Liang Xiaosheng at the moment? Yuan inquired. Unfortunately, I don't have the answer at the moment. But rest assured, my liege, I will locate him for you, Dong Yi assured him. Thank you. Then, whenever you are ready to leave. Dong Yi said. I am ready to leave now. Then if you'll excuse me. Dong Yi waved his sleeves, and in the blink of an eye, their scenery changed. Before Yuan knew it, he was no longer inside the wooden cabin but right outside an unknown city. This humble servant will contact you when I find Liang Xiaosheng, my liege. Until then. Dong Yi disappeared like a ghost afterward. The God Ascension realm is truly something. Shimeli muttered in a daze. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly called out to him. Yes? He looked at her. You want to open the primordial realm? Why? She asked. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, honestly, I'm not too sure myself. However, I have this feeling that I need to meet the Azura clan, as they are connected with the evil god, my past. Furthermore, your family is there, Xiao Hua. Unless, you don't want me to go? Xiao Hua shook her head, that's not it. If Brother Yuan wants to visit the primordial realm, I will support it. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Yuan and his group entered the city shortly after, arriving at the teleporter about an hour later. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Tian Chenya's home. Before approaching the home, Yuan turned to look at Shimeli and asked her, "Do you want to look around the city?" "I have some business with the family here, and things might get a little chaotic." "Are they your enemy?" Shimeli cracked her knuckles with a fighting spirit. "No, they're friends. Since I don't know them, they'll take a look around the city until you are done instead." "Will it take long?" "I don't believe so," Yuan replied, then said, Feng, can you accompany her just in case?" Feng Yuxiang sighed but agreed, I don't want to babysit her. But if the young master wants me to do so, I will." "Thank you." Since they would be traveling together, Yuan hoped to improve Feng Yuxiang and Shimeli's relationship. While they didn't have any issues with each other, the inherent differences in their natures as a phoenix and a dragon naturally made things awkward between them. After Feng Yuxiang left with Shimeli, Yuan took a deep breath and approached the Tian family. He knocked on their gates and waited. The gates opened a moment later, revealing a familiar old lady who immediately recognized Yuan. She exclaimed, "Why you are." "Hello," Yuan greeted her with a calm smile. "You're actually alive. What took you so long to come back? Do you have any idea what the young lady has been through recently because of you?" The old lady suddenly scolded him without hesitation. "I am truly sorry, but something happened within the Nameless Emperor's tomb, delaying my return." Yuan apologized, and he continued by asking, "Is Miss Yanyu here right now?" "Who are you talking to?" Another familiar voice suddenly resounded from inside the house. "Mistress." The old lady moved away from the door so Tian Suyin could see Yuan's face. Tian Suyin's face froze for a moment, but then she started trembling in anger. She exclaimed, "You bastard! You still have the guts to show your face around here? Why couldn't you have continued being missing?" Despite her harsh words, Tian Suyin had also been worried about his well-being for the past week, so her anger was mixed with relief. "I apologize for returning so late," Yuan said sincerely. "I was stuck in the Nameless Emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now." He was trapped inside the tomb. That silly girl was actually right. Tian Suyin was in disbelief after realizing that Tian Yanyu had proved her wrong. After snapping out of her daze, Tian Suyin cleared her throat and said to him in a calming voice, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come inside before I close the gates on you." Yuan didn't say anything else and entered the residence before following Tian Suyin. "Do you have any idea how worried you made my daughter? She's been depressed since we returned." Tian Suyin suddenly said. "Sorry." Yuan didn't know what else to say and could only apologize again. He also noticed that they were heading to Tian Yanyu's room. Sometime later, they arrived at Tian Yanyu's room. "It'll be in the lobby," Tian Suyin said, and without saying anything else, she turned around and walked away. Yuan took a deep breath as he stood in front of Tian Yanyu's door, preparing to knock. However, just as he was about to knock, his movements halted when he heard the sound of someone stomping on the ground. Dong! Dong! Bang! Before he could react, the door slammed open, and Tian Yanyu appeared before him with a dazed look on her face. "Xiao Yang! You're alive! I knew it!" Without any hesitation, Tian Yanyu leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. The two of them tumbled to the floor. Yuan smiled and said with one arm wrapped around her, "Since we're back, you can call me Yuan again." Follow current novels on Top Novel.com. C1256 Tian Yanyu's Feelings. Chapter 1256 Tian Yanyu's Feelings. 1256 Tian Yanyu's Feelings. Xiao, Yuan. Where have you been this whole time? Do you have any idea how worried I was when you didn't return as planned? After spending a good moment silently hugging him, Tian Yanyu suddenly exclaimed. "I know, your mother gave me a handful at the entrance. And I'm sorry for being late. I was stuck inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb and couldn't return until now." Yuan apologized again. Really? Are you okay? It must have been terrifying. I'm fine, he reassured her. What about you? I hope nothing happened after we separated, he then asked. Nothing happened. In fact, it was actually really boring after we reunited with the sect. Yanyu shook her head, and she added, I should have followed you. That would have been a really bad idea. I almost died a few times, he chuckled, ignoring the fact that had actually died once. The two of them would talk for several minutes while Yanyu had her arms around him the entire, almost as though she was afraid he'd disappear the moment she let go. Eventually, they got off the floor and made their way to the lobby, where Tian Suyin and Tian Xianzu were sitting around a table and drinking tea. Welcome back, young man. Tian Xianzu said with a smile, and he gestured at the chair beside him. Thank you, Yuan said as he sat down beside Tian Xianzu. I heard everything from my wife. You're the first person that I know of to leave the Nameless Emperor's tomb after it's sealed. Even calling it a miracle would not do it justice. I wasn't in a dangerous situation, it was just time-consuming. I'm just glad you're safe. After all, you're my family's savior, and we've yet to repay the debt. Savior? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Tian Xianzu nodded and said, I heard about everything you've done for my wife and daughter, all the treasures you've given them, as well as saving them from danger. It wasn't much. I didn't need the treasures, and it was only natural for me to protect them, Yuan smiled. Still, we are grateful to you. Anyways, now that you have returned, what are your future plans? I have one more business in this world before I start making my way to the fourth heaven, said Yuan. What? You're leaving the third heaven already? Tian Yanyu exclaimed. He nodded, I am quite busy, after all. Furthermore, although he won't mention this to them, the third heaven was currently crowded with people from the upper heavens, all of whom had come down there to hunt him. It wouldn't be wise for him to stay in the third heaven for too long. Then I will go with you to the fourth heaven. Tian Yanyu exclaimed without even thinking, her devotion to him evident in her words. What? You must be out of your mind if you think I will let you leave. Tian Suyin shouted, her anger causing her to slam her hand on the table. But. Tian Yanyu quickly realized how imprudent her statement had been. Yuan interrupted, I appreciate your thoughts, Miss Yanyu, but unfortunately, I have to agree with your mother here. It's too dangerous, and you already have a stable life here. I, on the other hand, have no family or life here, not to mention the mountain of things that I need to do in the upper heavens. I have to keep going higher even if I don't want to. If you have no family here, then you can start one, with me. Tian Yanyu hesitated for a moment but eventually pushed herself to say such words, her face flushed red by the end. The entire room filled with silence as Yuan and the others stared at Tian Yanyu with surprised faces. Why you? What nonsense are you spewing? Tian Suyin was astonished that her daughter even had the courage to say such things. However, this also showed how much Tian Yanyu cared for Yuan. Despite how nervous and embarrassed she felt, and how much she wanted to run away, Tian Yanyu forced herself to remain in the room, her gaze fixed on Yuan as she waited for his response. After a moment of awkward silence, Yuan responded to her feelings with a single word, sorry. Tian Yanyu quickly realized that she had been rejected, and tears immediately began forming in her eyes. However, before any tears could fall, she turned around and ran out of the room. After another moment of silence, Tian Suyin mumbled, I finally believe you when you said that you didn't come here to court my daughter. Yuan didn't know how to respond to her words. But, thank you for rejecting her. Tian Suyin unexpectedly thanked him out of the blue. And she continued, everything that's happened lately has been quite a whirlwind, and her emotions have been all over the place. Now, she'll finally have some time to reflect on what she truly desires. If, after she finds some clarity, she still wishes to follow you, I won't stand in her way. However, when that happens, I still hope that you'd decline her company. I don't mean this in a bad way, but you're too much for her, Yuan. We're just a small family in the third heaven with some history, but you're different. And I don't think she has what it takes to follow someone as magnificent and talented as you. Yuan was speechless. He didn't expect Tian Suyin to have such profound thoughts about him. Tian Xianzu didn't say anything, but his thoughts aligned with Tian Suyin's feelings. Yuan was simply too outstanding for their daughter. With his talents, he would definitely achieve greatness in the future, and Tian Yanyu would hurt herself just by being around him. What happened with the Nameless Emperor's tomb proved to Tian Suyin that her daughter was simply incapable of catching up with Yuan, much less following him. Even though Yuan wasn't the kind of person to care about such things, he couldn't ignore Tian Yanyu's parents' feelings, and he also didn't want to endanger Tian Yanyu by bringing her with him on his journey that is still shrouded in mysteries. I understand. In the end, Yuan acknowledged Tian Suyin's request. Thank you, Tian Suyin expressed her gratitude once more. Her sincerity couldn't be any more apparent. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1257 Surprising Progress. Chapter 1257 Surprising Progress. 1257 Surprising Progress. When it was apparent that Tian Yanyu wouldn't return to the room, Yuan stood up and said, I guess I should take my leave now. When will you leave for the fourth heaven? Tian Suyin suddenly asked. I'm not sure yet, but before I do, I will return to give Miss Yanyu a proper farewell, if you don't mind. We don't mind. You're always welcome here. Tian Xianzu said. Thank you. Yuan left the Tian family's residence shortly after. Xiao Hua, Ying, I am going to be away for a while. I should return in a week. Yuan said to them. And then he contacted Feng Yuxiang through their spiritual connection. Feng, I will be away for a week. Please let Shimeli know. I will contact you again when I return. After spending half a year inside with only a single break, Yuan desperately needed some fresh air from Earth, as well as catching up with his partners and companions. He logged off the game for the second time in half a year. After removing the console from his head, Yuan inspected his body and mumbled, My body is already at the point where I no longer need to eat or drink for half a year without any issues. As convenient as it sounds, it's also quite terrifying. He got off the bed and went to take a long bath. The herbs for body tempering are no longer effective, they're simply too weak for my physique now. Yuan increased the amount of medicine for his body tempering, but it still wasn't enough to even make his body tingle. I thought it would last a little longer, but alas, since the medicine was no longer effective on him, Yuan shortened his time in the bathroom to an hour. By the time he came out of the bathroom, it was already late into the afternoon. When he returned to the bedroom, Yuan realized that Chu Liuxiang was absent. Usually, she would be either cultivating or playing. He looked out the window, but the training grounds were empty. He then made his way to the hallway, where he encountered Mei Feng, who was mopping the floor with a serious expression on her face. Hello, Mei Feng. It's been a while. Yuan approached her with a bright smile on his face. Yuan. You're finally back. Mei Feng's expression immediately brightened upon seeing his face. She also stopped mopping the floor and went straight to him. Are you okay? Does your body feel weird anywhere? I know you are a cultivator, but you haven't eaten or drank anything for half a year, right? Mei Feng immediately began questioning his well-being, which didn't surprise Yuan in the slightest. I am perfectly fine. In fact, I've never felt healthier, he chuckled. Mei Feng had a slightly baffled look on her face as she mumbled, I noticed my body requiring less maintenance as my cultivation increased too, but I didn't think it could allow humans to ignore food and water. Cultivation is truly profound. Hearing her words, Yuan peeked at her cultivation level. Wow, you're already a spirit master? I'm still lagging behind everyone else, who has already reached the rank of spirit grandmaster. Mei Feng sighed with a hint of disappointment. What? Spirit grandmaster? Yuan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the rapid progress of everyone around him. Even if they've been cultivating tirelessly for the past 6 months, their cultivation should only be at the spirit master level. Is it because of the rich spiritual energy on this mountain? Or did something happen while I was away? Yuan pondered. Mei Feng noticed the bewildered expression on Yuan's face and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Are you that taken aback that they've caught up to you?" "I am." He nodded. "It's because we received some assistance. Without that person's help, our cultivation wouldn't have advanced so rapidly," Mei Feng disclosed suddenly. "That person?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, indeed. That person happens to be the lord of this mountain. He generously provided us with an array of treasures to aid in our cultivation." Mei Feng revealed the truth behind their incredible progression. "I see. So the Lord lent a hand." "That explains a lot," Yuan nodded in understanding. And he continued with a smile, "Looks like I can no longer ignore my cultivation in this world, or everyone will surpass me before I even realize it. That's impossible. While they've achieved Spirit Grandmaster, there's only so much treasures can do." Mei Feng sighed. "Anyways, Yuan, I'm glad you've returned. Something has been happening that requires your immediate attention." "What happened?" Yuan had an ominous feeling about this. "The 10 great families, they're targeting you." 10 great families? Who are they?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "The 10 Great Families is a title given to the top 10 families in the legacy ranking," she briefly explained. "Oh, those guys. What are they planning now?" Yuan was slightly relieved upon hearing this information. "Let's gather everyone first," Mei Feng said. "Sure. By the way, where is everyone?" "I tried to sense them just now, but there's nobody in the house besides you and me," Yuan asked. "Oh, they're training at the top of the mountain with the Lord. He's not just supplying us with resources but also giving us pointers among other things. He's been really helpful, even though he's never shown his face." Yuan was truly surprised to hear that the Lord had allowed others beside him and the manager to enter the top of the mountain. "I wonder what changed his mind," he wondered inwardly. "Then I will immediately go call them back." "Please wait a little longer," Mei Feng said before rushing to put away the mop and bucket. "Take your time. I won't be going anywhere for a while," Yuan said to her. Sometime later, Mei Feng called the manager through her cell phone. "Can you tell everyone to return to the house as soon as possible? Tell them that Yuan has returned. He's back." The manager mumbled in a somewhat surprised tone. After quickly snapping back, she continued, "Okay, I will let them know. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool.com." C1258 Yuan's Plan. Chapter 1258 Yuan's Plan. 1258 Yuan's Plan. "Hey. You can all cease your training now." The manager's voice boomed, echoing across the entire mountaintop. A few minutes later, the entire demon sealing faction assembled before her, each of them bearing the marks of their intense training, with bruises and bloodied clothes as evidence of their hard work. "Did something happen, manager?" Wang Ming asked her. "Nothing really, but your leader has returned." "Leader? Yuan? He's back?" Chu Luxiang's eyes flickered with excitement upon hearing this information. "Yes, and he's waiting for you guys back at the house, so you guys are done for today." "Thank you for today, manager," they said to her before rushing back to the house. Sometime later, back at the house. "Yuan." Chu Luxiang rushed at Yuan and tossed her body onto him without hesitation. "It's been a while, Luxiang." "Everyone." Yuan greeted them with a calm smile. "Welcome back, Yuan." Mei Xiao was the first to respond, her face with a gentle smile. "I'm back. Sorry, it took a little longer than expected. Luckily, you came back at just the right time. If you'd come back even a little later, we would have had to act without you," Wang Ming said. "Is this about the 10 great families?" Yuan asked. "You knew?" They looked at him with wide eyes. "Not the whole story. Mei Feng told me the 10 great families are trying to cause trouble, but that's all. And now that we're all here, I will tell you the whole story, Mei Feng said. I think it can wait a little longer. Yuan chuckled, and he pointed at the others. They should probably get cleaned first. Sorry. We won't take long. Everyone there quickly scrambled back to their rooms to wash themselves. Sometime later, once everyone returned, they all sat around the dining table. Now that everyone is here, allow me to begin, Mei Feng said as she brought out a laptop and a projector. As I've already told you, the 10 great families are targeting you, Yuan. While you were still away, I received a call from Bai Lihua, who warned us about the 10 great families' plan, that they plan on working together to go after you and your exile. My exile? Xiao Hua? Yuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news, and he immediately understood the situation. I see. So that person must have been from the 10 great families, and he's seeking revenge for what happened. Yuan sighed out loud. What are you talking about? Did you already encounter the 10 great families? Chu Liuxiang asked him. He nodded and recalled to them what happened recently. Right after I left the Nameless Emperor's tomb, we were approached by an exile, who tried to rob and kill us. In the end, my exile killed this exile. Of course, this exile had a partner, who hid the entire time. He must have been from the 10 great families. Everything makes sense now. But to make the 10 great families work together, it could only be the work of one person, Xiong Lu. He's a very famous player who dominated many games, and the Xiong family is also currently ranked first in the legacy ranking. Mei Feng said. She proceeded to show Yuan the recruitment announcement made by them. They are also gathering exiles from around the world now. Unfortunately, we don't know how common exiles are or how many have joined Xiong Lu. Yuan closed his eyes and began pondering silently. Eventually, Wang Bingbing asked, So, what do you think we should do, Yuan? We had a few ideas about fighting back, but we've decided to wait for your return before we act. Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. It's quite simple. There's no need to do anything. Excuse me? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. No matter how many exiles they've gathered, they won't be able to do anything to me. Yuan calmly said. Seriously? You're that confident? Wang Bing muttered in a dazed voice. Your strength must have increased significantly during the last 6 months. Li Jinxi said, her gaze filled with anticipation for some reason. Well, I'm still stuck at peak Spirit King, but I have improved on everything else. So you don't plan on doing anything about the 10 great families? Shi Murong asked. Actually, I do have a plan up my sleeves. What's the plan? They all looked at him with anticipation. I'm going to visit them once they fully gather their force, he casually revealed. You're what? Wouldn't it be better for you to visit them before they gather their force? Mei Feng couldn't help but ask. It wouldn't be as convincing if I did that. In fact, they will most likely start making excuses and continue causing more trouble later. Convincing? What are you trying to convince them of? After a slight pause, Yuan spoke with a grim smile. I'm going to convince them that no matter what they do, they will not be able to touch me. Everyone there swallowed nervously as they subconsciously began to wonder what Yuan was going to do to the 10 great families. Anyways, let's put the 10 great families aside for now and catch up on our own lives. I see that you guys have been training hard for the past half a year, to the point where you've all caught to up my cultivation. It's mostly thanks to the Lord's assistance. Wang Ming said. Without his help, as well as the manager's training sessions, we wouldn't have been able to reach Spirit Grandmaster so quickly. Leah also helped you guys? Now that's shocking. Is it really? She's actually really nice once you get to know her. Though, she does have trouble being honest with herself at times. Wang Bingbing smiled. Her training is brutal, too. I swear I almost died a few times, just this month alone. Shi Lang sighed. Yuan, tell us about the Nameless Emperor's tomb. I want to hear about your adventures. Chu Liuxiang suddenly requested. He nodded, okay. Thus, Yuan began recalling his experience within the Nameless Emperor's tomb to everyone. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.